So, getting back to it, last time in Renascence, you guys were back in Freeport, wrapping up some loose ends after uh, closing the Chaser job. And Lauren ran into a very sketchy stranger while she was in the process of retrieving headlines and papers, copies of papers from back when her mother was relocated following the expedition's unfortunate fate. Found a cultist in the middle of perusing papers and very quickly sending a message off to Lost Rog before she could stop him, and ran back to the party to let them know shit was going down, that they were coming for her mother and the rest of her village. So, you guys joined her with Alexi's help, teleportation spell, teleported to Wormbone Beach, and gathered up Aloran's remaining friends and family, right, to find somewhere safe for them to go. And the idea was floated that they could all go to Aelia. Didn't have to necessarily tell the party where, as Aloran was a little leery about anybody other than her knowing, just in case the worst should happen. And somebody should get captured, or mind read, or scryed on, or something. He would go to Aelia on her own, with her family, and find them somewhere to hole up until this cult stuff had blown over. So, with the use of a teleportation circle from Noelle, Aloran exult stage right, and you guys were left to kind of prepare for the cultist's arrival in her absence, which you did with a fake teleportation circle and a glyph of warding with a wall of fire hid inside. Burberry received a note late that night in the middle of his long rest that his spell went off, as a second glyph of warding was set to trigger when the first one went off. And when he scryed on the location, he found a pile of burning bodies. So, cultists defeated. The next day, or really that same night, I think, Noelle went to go and interrogate Varys once more at Humanizat Penitentiary. Under pain of a dominate person spell, he was forced to divulge just about everything he knew or had heard from La Shirag since his capture, all their communications. And the next day, Noelle set up a meeting with Sandy to set the record straight with her as far as her intended involvement in Sandy's future heist. And despite some somewhat irreconcilable differences between the two, they parted with a better understanding of where they both stood in relation to the other. And feeling a little bit better, he decided to call Jade. And Jade wasn't doing so hot. It seemed as though the expedition to Illigal, under the tutelage of a professor from Freeport, had gone awry, and she had been forced to flee back to town with only one member of their party, an adventurer named Kiki, who had helped her escape the tomb. So Noelle got the party together, you guys teleported to Illigal, and tracked down Jade and Kiki, and got the rundown. Apparently they had been in the tomb when a trap had been set off, cutting the party off as walls descended from the ceiling, and they had to fight their way through a zombie-infested crypt to crawl out of a rocky crevasse back to the surface to get back to town. The rest of the group, as far as y'all know, are still trapped inside. So, Jade has asked for your assistance with this, and you guys have agreed to head back in the morning and see if y'all can't do some hero shit. So, The date is Cairn the 47th. It is morning after a long rest. Are there any questions before we get started?
None here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll yield the floor to you guys. You guys wake up in the morning. It is a pretty clear, sunny day, as it seems to be here on the Illical. And the was it the Tooth and Claw, where you guys are staying? This adventurer's tavern on the edge of town, which seems to be a favorite spot for treasure hunters like Kiki, is just as busy and bustling as it was the day before. Although you definitely see a lot more people kind of like getting packs ready and sort of suiting up for a trek out into the hills the next day, or in the next couple of hours.
I do think before Jade and I would come down to meet the rest of the group, Noel would probably just tell her, like, before we go, hey, Jade, I wanted to clear something up.
Don't miss Marvel Animations X-Men 87. Get this done
God damn it. I thought this channel would be cool, and it's not being cool.
They never are.
Damn channel. No, I don't want Bardify. Quit giving me Bardify. I don't want to ever hear Bardify again. Get out of here. I'm sorry, Noel, you were saying.
I just wanted to clear something up, Jade. Last night I said that to do this kind of in order to get strong, you had to do stuff like this. And I saw in your face last night a lot of pain that I've been through when I've been in situations similar to what you just experienced. And I just wanted you to know that this is a tough road no matter what. And you don't have to do this stuff if you don't want to. I mean that in both the immediate sense and in general. With the way things are going right now, we're going to butt heads with La Chirag. I don't know how that's gonna go, but regardless of whether we win or lose, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about taking jobs anymore after the fact. I think
That is a deeply ominous take on the near future. But you're probably not wrong.
I don't think it's... I mean, obviously, there is a hint of dark humor in there, but what I'm more so saying is that I want to support you no matter what you are passionate about and what you want to do with your time. I want to be there with you when you're doing these things, and I want to support you in any way I can.
Yeah.
So, if you don't want to do this stuff, you don't have to. I would never think any less of you, because you're already strong and amazing and beautiful. And I just want to see more of you.
She's definitely getting a little red in the face as you go on, I think.
Noelle's about to get some action this morning again.
That was not my goal.
Probably a little late to breakfast. I think she would a little hair toss at the beautiful thing, and she's like, there were a few moments I wanted to chime in there, but I didn't want to cut you off. I feel the same way. I mean, I wish honestly that we had more time together behind us. I've missed you, and
so much.
seeing you out here again has been the highlight of an otherwise very, very unfortunate couple of months. I know you would do this for me in a heartbeat if I asked you to, but I could never ask you to do it for me. With me, absolutely. I think you and your friends are the people to ask in a situation like this. But I don't think I could ever be... I don't think I could ever be the old man in the carriage counting the money and, making the deals, hiring the bodyguards. Does not feel like my cup of tea.
Oh,
No offense to our old boss, of course.
no,
But-
I wouldn't necessarily say that I would see you in that role either, but I just wanted you to know that I want you to pursue whatever you want to pursue. That's all. And if this is a lot for you, you don't have to.
I mean, I grew up with a sword in my hands. I feel like that is where my strengths lie at this point, I mean, who knows? Maybe this whole thing goes to shit, and it's just time to call it quits on this sellsword thing, and I take up, I don't know, I could work at a bank. They have these snazzy uniforms,
You're smart enough.
I don't know. I want to be glib, but it's early, and I mostly just want to hold you. Come here.
See, that's why I spring these on you in the morning, because you're not
Like
quick-witted.
Hush you. Yeah. So you guys are going to be late to breakfast.
Okay.
And
It's not my intent, but sure.
well,
I knew it!
it's happening.
Kiki's on the board. Are
No.
you guys ready?
They're perfectly on time for breakfast. They're just having a different kind of breakfast.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit!
And yeah, you guys will, head downstairs, perhaps, and clothes and armor all ready to go. Meet the rest of the party, get some food, and start making a plan.
Morning, everybody.
You look.
Good morning.
Oh,
It's just kind
we
of
all know what
straightening her
they
hair
did
out.
this morning.
Okay, Kiki. So I guess we should turn our attention to Kiki and Jade. Where is the, I guess, how do you guys want to approach this? You said you crawled out of a crevice. I don't know if you want to go in that way.
I mean, it's an option. It's the only other way in that we know. There is the main stairwell that the professor found, and there is the crevice, which, yeah,
I fucking hate holes. I do not want to go through the crevice.
Okay.
So we could take the stairs. The only thing, I don't know if it's possible to get through that wall from the stairs, and I don't know if anything would have happened on that side of the wall after the trap was set off. So, we've seen what we're walking into under benign conditions, but gloves are off as far as what may have happened since then.
The only thing that makes me lean towards using the crevice was just because we know that leads directly to the place where you guys got cut off, and we know we can get into that room at the very least. Because that's
Yes,
presumably where you
it's-
came from.
Right. Well, there were a couple of rooms. We got cut off on sort of the eastern portion of the chamber. And there was one passageway that led into a smaller sort of antechamber. There was a locked door across the hall that we couldn't get through, and there was this weird draft coming from the south wall that we found a door there, kind of hidden in the stones, but it opened into crypts. We kind of had to fight our way through it, and one of them had a crevice in the back wall. It looked like, it had sort of collapsed a little bit. So there's definitely still things down there, these little dragon zombie people walking around. We did not really kill all of them. There were a lot. We just, got through enough to cut a path. So it would probably be a fight to get back in that way, but we at least know what's on that side post trap.
True.
My question is, I'm not sure how to get through this stone thing. Is that something that you guys can deal with? Because Kiki and I were not particularly equipped for lifting
I mean,
several tons of stone out of the ground.
now that we know it's there, we could always get explosives or something. Gunpowder.
I suppose we could try and bargain with somebody around here.
Do we perhaps have some way to shape stone? With magic of some kind?
Oh, gee, if only someone were any more subtle.
Sorry, Burberry, you've just been quiet.
Is that something that you can do? Oh, good. Okay. I knew I was friends with you all for a reason.
Sure, right.
You feeling equipped to do that kind of stuff today, Burberry?
So I can be equipped for anything if I'm given like 6 seconds.
Okay. That's fast. I would encourage you. Can you do dispelling magic? That might be useful too.
That's not in my wheelhouse.
That was a Lauren, probably.
An Lauren thing.
She also took the chime of opening.
Oh, I did. Rat row.
Dispel magic is a cleric thing, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. It just says cleric, or class as cleric.
Oh.
Artificer, bard, cleric, druid, paladin, sorcerer, warlock was literally everyone except for rangers.
Oh, it's a level 3. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell.
Alright, my bad. Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
My bad. I've just never done it before because I've never needed it!
I think a Lord's done it historically.
Yeah, generally. Usually because she's sneaking into places.
Sure.
Okay, so you'll want a moving stone and a dispel magic. Is there anything else you need for my spell list? Because I can only do this once today.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know everything you can do. Off the top of my head, those are the first 2 that come to mind. That's all.
Anything with traps, make zombies go away, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we know for sure there were zombie guys walking around. The whole place looks like it's made out of rock, so maybe that is good for something. See, the problem is we did not get very far before we had to.
Everything went terribly?
Yeah, bail. We spent 3 days looking for this place, and then finally found it. And then, within the first hour, it was like, oh,
This is terrible.
well, shit. So,
Ooh. Thought for Burberry? Clairvoyance could be good for peeking around corners and checking rooms.
That is, I have to be familiar with a room before
Okay.
I can.
Sorry, it does say in obvious location create an invisible sensor, place you have visited or seen before, or in an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you, such as behind a door, around a corner, or in a grove of trees.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, look at you knowing my spell list better than me.
Yeah, I found this book that's just got all of them in it. Wow, it's crazy. Worth considering at the very least.
I guess I can trade it out for mass healing word.
I don't think we'll need any healing today.
I certainly hope not.
That is a very optimistic
I was being sarcastic.
approach.
I mean, we're sort of going in on the hope that the others are okay and just cut off. So...
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw out this as well while Burberry's working. I could sending to them probably. If you gave me a description and a name, I could probably get a sense of them and cast sending.
You know, one of these days I'm going to get more bookmarks.
Probably a good investment.
Nah, I'm running with that's the reason I only have a limited number of spells and that I can flip them out so easily is it's just that I have X number of bookmarks in my spell book, so I just flip to a bookmark.
Every level up, you just buy one more bookmark. Yeah, we could sending to them. We've done it before where I just went off a description and it's worked. However, I will say that sending is not the cheapest magic. It takes a lot of effort. I can't do it a lot. And if this is going to be a big endeavor, it would be wise for me to save that magic, if possible. But if you want to check in with them, I will.
I mean,
it would be nice to know if they're dead or not.
That's true. There would be that advantage.
the professor is probably the first one that comes to mind.
Oh yeah, what are their names? We should probably get that just written down.
So the professor's name is Joanna Hoosier.
Her name is Hoosier?
I think that's how you say it. She's dwarvish. So I'm sure that I'm messing something up.
Burberry's just gonna be dying in a corner somewhere. Don't mind him.
Oh no. Okay. Who else?
She also had there was Yoin, the elvish woman. She was one of the other adventurers in the party.
Yoin?
Yoin, yes.
Okay.
And then there were two others. Shang?
Shang?
Yes.
Okay.
He was human. And then Leon. He was a halfling.
Big group. Okay. Well, if you could describe the professor to me, I could. Was professor was a woman or?
Yes.
Okay. If you describe them to me, I could get a sense of them and try sending them.
So, here are the names. So, Professor Joanna Hoosier, Yowen Antonia, Zhang Jinya, and Leon Stonewoods.
Okay.
So the professor she describes to you is this kind of middle-aged dwarvish woman, right? She is on the shorter side, right? Pretty slim for a dwarf. She's got pretty thick sideburns, blonde hair, kind of bushy eyebrows, freckles, very like kind of big like grandma vibes in the face, just kind of that like, you know, long crow's feet, kind of pursed lips, but you know, a much more energetic personality, right?
As she's describing, Noel's trying to shift her features to match the description.
And yeah, she's like a little bit, maybe like pull the cheeks up a little. Okay, no, out this way towards me.
Got it.
And then the nose is a little rounder at the tip.
Okay.
But it kind of loses definition back by the nostrils. She's like, God, I keep forgetting how good you are at this. It's crazy. And eventually, you'll get to a point where she's like, okay, that looks like her.
Good. Noel will stand up, go look at herself in the mirror just to get a sense of the person.
Mm.
And then I will attempt to use sending to... Oh wait, I should probably say, anything you guys want me to pass to her in this sending spell other than we're looking for you and we're going to come find you?
I mean, we're on our way, and are you safe? Where are you? Relative to the trap chamber, I guess.
Do you think that Joanna is familiar with sending enough to know that she's only going to have 25 words to respond?
She has to be. She's been doing this for longer than either of us have been alive. I mean...
Okay, just making sure.
She's a studied lady.
Okay. Sending to Joanna. Joanna? My name is Noel. Here with Jade and Kiki. My team and them are coming to find you. Have you moved anywhere else? Can you describe your surroundings?
The response that you get back is relatively chipper in light of circumstances.
Okay.
Well, isn't that good to hear? I'm alright. Little shaken, but alright. Haven't moved. Stuck right where I was when the walls fell. I'm pretty sure it was the door. Tell them sorry if they're there. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, she sounded very nice. She wanted to apologize to both of you about the circumstances. But they haven't moved, apparently. So that makes things easier, right?
Good. Is anyone with her?
Given that she was super chipper, I don't think she would have been that happy if people were dead around her.
Plus, that's fair.
She also said nobody's moved. So, how long of a walk is it out there?
I mean, if we left now, we could be there a few hours before sunset.
Oh, that's a long walk. Okay.
It's a hike.
Sure. Well, let's I guess let's get started. It's still pretty early.
Sure. All right. So, you guys get your gear together, finish off your food, and head out. And Kiki, I think, has been doing this for a while, at least on Illigal. And she would probably be able to kind of like guide you guys on your path out of town. There's definitely kind of a procedure for a lot of the adventures here, sort of an informal custom folks follow, just to shake tails in case anybody's following you to a stake that you're, trying to claim.
Query.
Yes.
Environmentally, what are the differences between here and where we were?
Where you were when?
Before, back in not Fairwell,
Freeport?
Freeport. Yeah, back in Freeport. Like, what is the equivalent of moving between Scotland and England, or like the U.S. and Africa?
Closer to the first one. It's not terribly far from Freeport, right? I would say, it's not quite as warm as it was in Chaser. It's probably still about the same sort of kind of cool, temperate day that it usually is in Freeport during the winter. The environment here, though, is definitely a lot rockier, a lot more arid seeming. At least up in the mountains, because there's lowlands along the coast as you're leaving town. You can kind of see these green, kind of pastoral hills kind of rolling between the city of Warnala, that's its name, and the coast, further to the east. But as you're beginning to climb, it's a pretty rocky climb from the get-go. Into the hills and mountains at the center of this island. It quickly becomes a lot more arid, a lot more scrubby. Lots of kind of gravel, kind of low, dense, kind of evergreen trees, kind of growing up out of this kind of dry earth. And lots of these like craggy, dark rocks sort of jaggedly kind of protruding up out of the earth. These like big Flatiron mountains at the heart of the island are visible in the distance. It's a lot more dramatic of a landscape, I would say, than around Freeport, which is comparatively very mild and traversable. Illigal is definitely the kind of place you could picture dragons making roosts. And as you sort of depart the city, I think Kiki, like I said, would probably lead you guys kind of through this kind of like a winding path through kind of a shallow gorge initially, and would be able to explain, that there's kind of a procedure to making sure people aren't necessarily following you from town out to your stakes, and it's not necessarily always other adventurers, because the people of Warnala, especially like the Platinum Brothers, of the city, do not take terribly kindly to adventurers kind of poking around these draconic tombs. There's definitely a level of reverence there among some of the Dragonborn here that doesn't mesh well with the exploration and dungeon delving spirit of.
Right.
I mean, it
visitors.
makes sense.
Yeah.
He says, wearing a platinum dragon mask and walking alongside of my
I told him you were cool. Don't worry. Jade would chime in. And yeah, after probably about an hour in this gorge, you guys would be able to peel off and follow Jade and Kiki on this somewhat winding path up into the hills. And eventually, hours of hiking later, past midday, sun beginning to set, but not anywhere close to the horizon, you would round a corner in, this kind of gully, right? This like branching, narrow ravines between hills. And up ahead, you would see this rocky sort of wall of this large crag kind of protruding up out of the ground, and Jade and Kiki would both point to that and say, "So that is the stairs. If we go around the hill to the south side, We can go back to that craggy little crevasse we found. It's probably less than 15 minutes from here.
Well, if the front door is closer and you guys have already pretty thoroughly cleared that area, we could also start there.
Cleared it before the trap fell again.
Right.
We haven't seen it since that happened.
That's a tough call. I say let's at least check out the front door, right? We're closer to it.
Okay.
No reason not to stop there, at least.
Kiki?
I'm going first. Okay.
Well, I didn't mean to volunteer you. I just thought I'd ask for your... Okay, she's going. She asks so put upon, but then she always is like, nope, I'll go first. Like she volunteers herself. So Kiki, approaching the rocky crags that are sort of hovering up the stairway that you know leads down to the entry chamber. How would you like to proceed?
I mean, I feel like she remembers it.
Yeah.
Do I know anything about it being sketchy, or?
I mean, you would remember, once you get on the other side of it, you know, there is a little, fairly open little space that's kind of overshadowed by the rocks where you guys had camped out. Pretty much like a landing right at the top of the stairs. The stairs had descended probably about 100 feet, you know, at a relatively shallow angle before you hit level ground again. And then it was a long hallway with like a vaulted ceiling and these alcoves on the side housing statues. That stretched a little under 200 feet before you reached the large central chamber where the trap was.
I'll just start going down the stairs then, I guess.
All right. So you head around the rocks, and again you find the remains of your group's campsite, the old fire circle, and a couple of sort of swept patches where you can see people had originally put down their sleeping bags. And you turn towards the stairs and begin your descent. And these are big steps. You're having to take probably 2 or 3 steps yourself to cross the length of it before you can drop down to the next one. And despite the angle at which they descend being relatively shallow, proportionally speaking, it's still a decent hop down to kind of get down to the next step each time. These are definitely built for much larger feet than your own.
So a dragon's feet. Your shrug means I'm correct.
I mean, from what Professor Hoosier told you, this was supposed to be the tomb of the last of the dragon princes that ruled in this region before they sort of fully fell.
Presumably we're gonna follow here, right? We're not just sending her in by herself.
Kiki? All good? Kind of calls to you as you're making your way down the steps.
Yeah, it's just the stairs.
CJ, it's just
guys...
stairs. Let's go.
Unless you have a fear of stairs. I don't recommend it.
Oh, I have such a terrible, crippling fear of stairs. It's almost like it's exercise.
Oh god, then you're gonna absolutely despise it down here.
You can just hear the sound of Kiki's like footfalls every time she drops another step. And yeah, Kiki, eventually you'll kind of hit the bottom and find yourself facing the long, dark tunnel extending into the earth ahead of you. And close at hand, where sunlight is still filtering in and providing some level of illumination, you can see the first pair of probably 20-foot tall dragon statues perched in these alcoves about 10 feet off the floor on either side of this hallway.
Dope.
Beyond that, darkness. So, what's going on?
Uh.
I mean, if we are following, Noah would probably light up her drift globe.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna find. I
Okay.
think I have a something. I have so much shit.
Kiki's just like looking through her bags.
Yeah,
There's
basically.
something.
Why did I bring all this garbage? Just reaching through. She's just like tossing magic items left and right out of her bag. Like, why did I bring any of this shit?
Oh.
Immovable rod, rope of climbing, no. Fucking sovereign glue, no.
I'll just keep going down until I get to until I get closer to where the trap was.
Okay. I mean, like I said, it is dark beyond there, but
I think
with
I
the
have-
party following and Noelle's drift globe shedding a small radius of light around her as they sort of descend behind you down to the level of the hallway. There's a little bit more light, and with it you can see about 30 feet past the first pair of statues. There is one statue in an alcove on the left, and the broken remains of its partner on the right side kind of scattered across the floor. And you can see just past that statue, there is a segment of wall that has been sort of split as the earth has sort of shifted, and a large rock, this huge kind of megalithic volcanic stone has just kind of slowly encroached into the hallway and just pushed all the stonework out of place, toppling that statue and displacing all of the beautiful, if very old and faded stonework that was covering this hallway. And again, beyond that, darkness.
It's still going down.
Just going in the dark. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so you guys are kind of standing and watching as Kiki just begins to
I
slowly
will
walk
be
forward.
keeping an eye out for any maybe stepping stones that are peculiar or just traps that she might be able to see.
Okay. I'll say give me a perception or investigation check at disadvantage because you are walking into darkness.
Even if I have 60 feet of dark vision?
Do you get dark vision?
Yeah, I have 60 feet.
Oh.
It was one of the... I know it was one of the thingies.
I'm pretty sure without a light source, you're still rolling at disadvantage.
There is a light source.
Behind her. It's not extending all the way past where she's
I mean,
walking.
what if I get up behind Kiki?
So you're following Kiki.
I thought that was assumed, but yes, we are following Kiki.
I didn't know if you were going to be kind of hanging back, waiting for her to call back for you guys to advance.
I
So
think
if you guys are following,
we'll just keep following and stay close to her so that we're not pressing on tiles that she's not and stuff like that.
okay. Then if you have the drift globe's light, I will just make it a straight roll.
Okay. So you said perception or investigation?
I mean, you're looking for traps, but it's definitely looking. You're not prying, you said. So I'd say either one. Your call.
Okay, it's gonna be perception.
You got stupid stats in either one of those anyways.
25.
Yeah. As you're walking, you are very intently scanning the floor. You're kind of getting flashbacks to, honestly, yesterday morning when you guys were first kind of delving down here, and you were doing the same thing.
Mhm.
Last time you passed through this hallway, you didn't see anything untoward in the stonework down here. Nothing that would indicate pressure plates or tripwire or anything of that sort. And as you advance through this hallway, which is, as I said, a little over 200 feet long, or a little under 200 feet long, you aren't seeing too much to sort of set you on edge as you go here. And you guys would be able to follow without too much difficulty down the length of this hallway. I'll post it in reference just so you guys can see sort of the space that you're looking at. All told, it looks like there were probably spaces for 10 or 12 of these statues, but many of them have been sort of pushed out of their alcoves and kind of scattered across the ground as the earth has shifted over however long this tomb has been here and sort of encroached on this hallway to the point that you're kind of having to, step carefully over the debris. But as you round the bend at the far end of the chamber with the drift globe close at hand, you can see the passage beginning to narrow. You can see these sort of once ornate pillars, long faded by, just the wear of time, supporting this very high ceilings sort of opening in the wall ahead of you. It's about 20 feet wide and 30, maybe 40 feet tall. Just absolutely massive structure. And you'd know that past this is the chamber where you guys saw it all go to shit.
Okay.
Alright, I'd holler out to everybody. We're coming up to it.
Okay. Are you following?
And following inside, past the threshold, Kiki, you would very, very quickly see, illuminated by the light of the drift globe, two massive stone walls kind of converging at a 90-degree angle to a point about 50 feet ahead of you from the threshold of this chamber. Same walls that fell from the ceiling yesterday.
These are the walls.
Still in their place.
I feel like she'll knock on the wall and see if she hears anybody. Call out to the other side.
Also, give me a perception check.
Can I join on this one?
Yeah.
29.
Not even close to that.
29. Okay. When you knock on the wall, there is the faintest of sounds audible in the silence. Just barely. Like, if anyone had been in your ear breathing, you'd have missed it. Something moved. Something made a noise. But you don't have any more detail than to say, like, yeah, there was a reaction to that. I will say with a 29, as you are listening to the wall, your head kind of pressed against the stone and just kind of eyes wandering, they would settle on the opposite side of this sort of quarter of the chamber, against the other wall. You would see what looks like a pair of boots on the ground. just kind of half illuminated by the drift globe.
I'll go investigate it. And
Okay.
Make sure.
So
See what happened there.
you guys will see Kiki crossing the room towards what appear to be a pair of boots. And as you do, Kiki, you find inside of them is a pair of legs.
How fresh are these legs?
They look pretty recent, pretty bloody. There's definitely a gnarly, like, splash of blood spatter from the base of the wall, where these legs are just sort of like, just kind of like sticking up and kind of bent at odd angles.
Can I figure out who it is or who it was?
I would say, given your passives, you're probably a relatively observant person. This looks like Shang.
Hi, Shang. Jade, I found Shang.
Oh no.
He's very dead.
How long has he been dead?
Good. It would have been when the wall fell yesterday morning.
So did he just get like cut in half by this wall? Is that what it looks like?
Cut in half or squished. The legs are like kind of protruding up from under the wall.
Oh yeah, he got
Some
squished.
Wicked Witch shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like the cutoff is like at the thigh, right?
Ugh. Do you have any idea how thick these walls are?
There were grooves in the ground. Clearly from this thing, now that I'm seeing it, thinking about it, maybe 5 feet wide.
It's a very thick wall.
I mean, if this place was built for dragons, I imagine they probably had to scale it up a little bit beyond our standard.
Touche. Yeah. Burberry, do you think you could try and make a hole?
Hold on, I'm trying to read something real quick.
Oh, do you need some light?
I'm trying to find a spell in my spell list, and I am failing.
What are you looking
What
for?
spell?
The next up from Revivify.
Oh, Raise
Raise
Dead.
dead. I think you'd need. Well. This is probably over the threshold for Raise Dead.
Yeah, it does say it doesn't restore missing body parts.
I think if the top half of them is jelly.
Yeah, no, I figured that was the case. That's why I was trying to find it, because I was just like, wait, what are the limits? Can I?
You would need resurrection for this one, I think.
That are some hardcore. Oh, no.
Big
Okay.
squish.
Well,
It's not like he's
well,
running anywhere.
I thought it was called something else because I thought Raised Dead like made zombies.
That's Animate Dead.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, thank you for that because I was like, wait, which one is it?
Which one fixed Dead?
Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to fix this particular problem. Well, such a shame. Moving on.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think a literal horn could.
Oh, you can reincarnate him.
Yeah.
Such a shame. Moving on.
Reincarnate? I thought that was a level 7 spell.
Was that a level 7? I thought I just knew something that like.
Oh, it's a 5th.
It's a 5th?
Yeah.
Jesus.
You touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid, provided that creature has been dead for no longer than 10 days.
Well,
Such a shame. Moving on.
at the very least, these lights are a good indicator of where they are probably, at roughly through this wall.
This is heading towards the west passage. So, and Jade will point across the room from where you guys are standing. So we would have been over there, on the other side of that wall, because it's this kind of wedge, right, of a circular chamber that you're standing in. And the professor said that they were by the door, so they're probably that way. And she'll point like directly at the corner of this sort of wall intersection.
It's a V.
It's It's like I mean, if it's a circular chamber, it's like a big X just dropped down in the middle of it. Of walls.
Okay. Well, if you think you can get through that, Burberry.
I've got this. I've been practicing.
And so Burberry pulls out like a hunk of clay and starts trying to like make a doorway.
Okay.
Just like
I'm
an
gonna
arch.
see how pretty the door is.
Because he's been practicing.
Where do you put the door?
Basically where they indicated they wanted stuff moved because it's not like stone shape isn't a thing that just gets rid of stone or moves it around, but it makes shapes out of like you make it by making shapes out of clay first.
Right.
So okay. So Burberry will cast stone shape in the area that they want moved out of the way, but try to like make a ornate door. It is not pretty.
It's a functional archway at the
It's a
very
functional door.
It's a functional artway, and it looks like a third grader tried to make it. So it's like it's got the attempt at stuff there,
Okay.
but it's
Functional
not
reform beats anything I can make.
It's not
Yeah, no
well
kidding. Same here.
So, directing your stone shape at sort of the corner of this room, in the center of the chamber, where the sort of the center of these walls intersects. Fortunately, these walls are not quite exactly 5 feet wide, and you are able to open it up enough of a passage through the center of this impediment that you guys would be able to sort of squeeze through it into sort of a very small 5 by 5 by 5 sort of boxed chamber in the middle of these walls, and then you would have an exit to the east, the west, and to the north that you could squeeze through as well. And stepping into that space, you would see, as I will take another little screeny shot for you. Oop. This is roughly the shape of the chamber that you're looking at here.
Okay.
And as soon as you have sort of opened that space, you would hear a very excited, "Oh, there you are!" Directly across this sort of center, the center of this gap. And with the drift globe kind of close at hand, you would hear some rustling and see this dwarvish figure sort of trot into view. And just as Jay described it, it's this sort of middle-aged, blonde, freckled dwarvish woman with very neatly brushed sideburns, although they're probably a little wiry after having spent the night on this hard stone floor here. And she would look very excitedly at all of you and say, "I cannot express my gratitude nearly enough. Thank you so much. Professor Joanna Hurger, pleasure to make all of your acquaintances."
Joanna, nice to meet you. Glad you're still here, and glad
As am I.
most of you are okay.
Most of... Oh, poor fella. Well...
Kiki told us we found Zhang.
She's going to lean through the opening into the sort of western border of this chamber. And she just kind of nods like, "Yeah, you found all that's left of him. Shame.
Sorry about that.
Well, he advertised his services well enough, and I took him on. He understood what we were going into. Never mentioned any next to kin, so... Poor fella. Kiki, you didn't know Zheng too terribly well, did you? Does he have anybody in town we could notify?
Nope.
Well, them's the breaks. She'll turn back through to the north quarter of the chamber, and she'll just kind of wave a hand, and she'll say, "So, what I think happened is I opened these, and as you step forward, you can see these massive stone double doors spanning the width of this next passage. Both of them adorned with these like very big, like heavily gouged, imposing carvings of like draconic faces. Opened this a little too wide, and I think that might have been what set it off, because as soon as I did, it was just boom behind me, and didn't have anywhere to go. So, again, that's my bad on that. Glad you two are alright. We're able to bring some friends.
Where's everybody else?
I don't know. I think they may have been poking around the other side of the chamber, but I haven't heard anything from them. I don't suppose you saw any way you might be able to get this wall back up into the ceiling, did you? She kind of starts kind of like pacing back over towards the edge of the chamber, like towards the partition wall.
Yeah.
Kind of bisecting this chamber.
You'd probably know what to look for better than any of us, except maybe Kiki.
Well, I haven't found anything on this side, at least. Nothing I care to touch. But there's murals up here, as she kind of points up towards the stretch of wall between sort of the north and what's presumably the
murals,
eastern
you say?
passage. Well, half a mural on my side, here and here, as she points to the other side of this northern entryway.
Robbery immediately goes to murals.
Sure, yeah. So you can only see half of it, less than half of it, because it's, bisected by a 5-foot thick wall. But to the northwest, there is what looks like some sort of a very heavily stylized like landscape of some kind. Almost map-like in its scale. There's clear coastlines visible. There's like waves in the water. You can see forest along the coasts. You can see these like tall spire-like tower shapes kind of rising out of the center of this landmass. You can see dragons flying around in the sky overhead. And you can see along the rightmost edge of this northwestern mural, there is sort of like a V formation of what look to be ships. And there are these very crudely stylized sort of humanoid figures, wielding spears, riding in these ships, heading towards these dragons, sort of spiraling over this landmass. And above everything, you can see what looks to be a banner with some kind of inscription on it. But in the dim light, currently availed to you by the drift globe at that distance, it's a little hard to make out, given that it's probably about 50 or 60 feet above the floor.
Noel, can I borrow your light thingy?
Oh, sure. Here you go.
Does the light getting closer help?
A little bit. I think you could probably make out enough to gauge that what you're looking at appears to be a form of draconic.
I cast tongues. Or not
I
tongues.
can read that!
Become
Become relevant for the first time!
I can read it too.
I'll use Mage Hand to lift the drift cloud up towards it.
Higher? Okay. Sure.
Wait, is it like a today draconic, or is it like
Oh,
alien
no.
effect? It's ooh, okay.
It is very, very very foreign looking. It's a very presumably old form of Draconic. This does not match like the modern letters at all. Like you could pick out a handful that are like, okay, this is mostly the same. But the rest of them are definitely kind of a struggle to kind of parse as you're looking over it. And there's some stuff that's kind of like, you know, looks like it's been spelled wrong just because that kind of stuff drifts over time. I'll say give me an intelligence check.
Okay. Natural 20.
Oh, okay.
Far less than a natural 20. Use Noel's.
So Noel, you're definitely able to pick out a few phrases in here. Again, you are looking at half of this banner as it is bisected by the wall that is currently kind of cutting off this mural in the middle. But you can pick out the phrase, "May our enemies burn," in the top line. And you also pick out in the bottom line at the end, "Turning of the age."
Ominous. Sounds like a prophecy almost. Or like a prayer.
Burberry is currently just writing stuff down.
Unfortunately, I can't see much more.
No, it's maddening. Joanna will step over towards it and just take a look up. Just big smile on her face. It's amazing something like this has lasted 50,000 years.
50,000?
Possibly older, honestly.
That's insane.
Well, they were the first to rule this place, and rule they did for a very, very long time. But this, I think, is one of the last remnants of the Lower Kingdom before it fully fell to the next stage. You can see up there the hunter culture. She'll point up to the ships. Invaders from another plane, it said. Dragons did not look kindly on their encroachment, but encroach they did. Unfortunately, we know next to jack all about them. Folk that came next did everything they could to wipe them out. You guys like Tostitos scoops? I've got some in my pack.
I can't believe that advertisements can get all the way down here.
You know, some things you just can't stop.
Under this
My
fucking
granddad always said
beautiful
magic
mural
was a mistake.
Is a Tostitos ad.
My granddad always said magic was a mistake. Sometimes I think he might have been right. Anyway.
Okay, so thinking about this logically, we have this big X that's dividing all these spaces. We could use Stone Shape again to just get through to another spot, or we could start going down this hallway you opened up.
Well, I mean, it looks like you opened up all 4 directions. Smart.
Did we?
Yeah. It would be like you're having to squeeze through the corner to kind of get into the central space between the walls. But that space is like a 5 by 5 by 5, like hollowed out open area now.
Okay.
It's just like a maybe like a 1.5 by 2 or maybe 2 foot wide gap where the corners originally met and now have been kind of like carved away, and then you've got that that space in between them.
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'd check the other areas to see if there's anyone there. Not go in them, but just kind of hold the drift globe out and look around.
All right, give me a perception check.
I'll use Mage Hand to drift the drift globe into the room.
Sure.
So I can see. Okay. Perception. Oh, it's pretty good. 22.
22. Okay. I would say looking south. I mean, you guys came in that way. There's no sign of anyone having been down that direction. You would know to the east that was the direction that Kiki and Jade went to sort of get out through that crypt area. And to the west, you would see there is a passage that sort of mirrors the one on the east side. right? They both kind of extend in these like 20-foot wide hallways, a good 30 or 40 feet. On the east side, you can see a pair of smaller double doors, probably like an 8-foot span. Not nearly as big as these dragon doors.
Mm-hmm.
On the west side, the hallway looks like a dead end.
Which one was Jade and Kiki again?
East, the double doors.
Okay. West side, the hallway looks like a dead end. And where's the small door?
East. Big doors are on the north, small doors on the east, no doors on the west.
Oh, this one just looks like a dead end. Interesting. But obviously no sign of the other people then.
Nope.
Okay.
No corpses, no supplies. I guess you'd probably see like an extinguished torch on the ground on the wall, like the kind of southwest central wall. That's was where Zhang got crushed.
Any sign of people in the dead end area, or like old,
As you kind of walk over.
Well, I have my drift globe. I'm holding it out with my mage hand, just looking around for old torches or whatever's left behind.
Sure. No sign of people.
Okay.
It's just kind of old, smooth stonework.
So, ignoring the way we came in and the dead end at the moment, I assume it's not a dead end, but I don't feel like walking around and triggering more traps in there. So we'll leave it for now. We've got east we could explore and north, right?
Yes.
Okay. East is Kiki and Jade know what's down that way for a bit.
Mostly, yeah. They would be able to tell you through those doors. There is a smaller circular chamber. There's another set of doors on the far end of that chamber, and there is sort of a sliding panel in the wall that was slightly ajar that they were able to sort of pry open and get into the crypt area.
Okay. Sounds like north makes the most sense then, right? That's the one place we haven't looked?
So far.
Yeah. I'd say let's do that.
Okay.
Alright.
Joanna, are you gonna wait for us, or are you just gonna head back to Warnilla then, or?
When you get back to Joanna, I think she's got Burberry at the northeast mural, or it's probably more of a it almost looks like a memorial, like half of a memorial. There's sort of like a big rampant dragon just kind of like standing with the claws extended, mouth open. And there's another legend in Draconic stretch across the top of it. But rather than, another big image, there's like a lot more like finer writing that's kind of cascading down the wall over here. Professor Hoosier is just going off to Burberry at this point. It's just like, so the Faragakir were the last dynasty, 31st that ruled the Lower Kingdom, and over here, I'm pretty sure these are the first 6 in that line. A terrible tragedy. I mean, you can see they're describing, just constant unrest, and yet they remain ever fixed, eyes on the heavens. It's.
I mean, of course their eyes would be on the heavens. It's filled with great things.
They're just basically nerding out together.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. It's like she is just going off, and I'm sure Burberry's probably taking just all the notes.
I think it would be a mildly interesting for her because Burberry is looking at it from a theological perspective, since he did actually do some training with the Platinum Dragons.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's like a new point of view.
Kind of a new insight into that sort of practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she would Well, Pete just stepped away. I'll wait for him to get back because he was the one that prompted this question. But Hoosier's very excited you guys are here now. She has people to talk to about her dragon nerd shit. Despite being trapped in a tomb, she's in pretty high spirits.
That's good.
Let's all be nerds together.
Hater,
He's dead.
you coming
Oh, it's
back?
back.
I thought my Discord had frozen because I didn't hear you. Like,
Well, Pete asked a question, and then I kind of was leading into it, but I think I took too long, and he had to step away. There you are. You left as I was about to answer your question.
Oh, sorry. I was like, they'll be going for a little bit. I can get a drink.
I'm sorry. So you would step into this kind of conversation they're having and ask, is she going to stick around or go with you guys?
Yes.
She said, well, I didn't want to proceed without any assistance. I set off one trap already. Wasn't keen to do it again. So I thought some help would be good. I am definitely interested in that next chamber, though. There's some very peculiar looking items at the far end. At least from what I could see with the torch. But like I said, I didn't want to go too far in.
I'll cast find traps. I mean, that won't say what traps are, but it'll at least give us if there are traps.
Okay. Find traps. You sense the presence of any trap within range that is within sight. A trap for the purpose of the spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect. Thus, the spell would sends an area of effect for alarm, glyph of warding, mechanical pit trap would not reveal a natural weakness in the floor, unstable ceiling, or hidden single. Okay.
So like it won't like guarantee nothing, but if
So, I would say, Burberry, you sense the very big slabs of stone with this spell. Those ping your trap sense immediately. And from the next chamber, kind of looking into the double doors, you get the sense that there are a number of dangerous trap-like implements in the next chamber.
ooh, man, it is good you didn't go in there. That thing's lighting up like a Christmas tree.
Okay, good. I had a feeling it probably wasn't going to get much better the deeper you went. Where are they?
Well, that's going to require what's called a perception check.
Great.
This isn't quite my area of expertise. I'm not. I can tell you that they exist, and that they're that way.
Mentioning traps, I think Kiki will kind of step up and look around then.
Kind of stretching,
Yeah,
cracking
she's
her
like,
back. Fine, I'll
Fine.
go next.
Swear to God, if I get killed doing this, I'm gonna be mad.
Just don't get squished and we can resurrect you.
It's fine. You'll only be mad for about 10 seconds.
It doesn't
I'll
feel,
say,
make me
Kiki,
feel better.
stepping into the threshold of this chamber, looking around for traps. Are we? I guess this will be another perception or investigation.
Ooh, I would also like to I'll cast detect magic.
Also, I'll give Kiki Bardic Inspiration for this roll.
What's a bardic inspiration?
Roll a
do?
d10 and add it to the roll.
Oh, God, this is gonna be stupid good then.
That's what I was hoping for.
Because I rolled a 19.
Oh shit.
A 19, a 9, plus a 12.
Woo!
How much is
Big
that?
numbers.
My brain can't handle that amount of perception.
What was the number again?
19.
Is that
19
40?
total.
9 plus 12, 40.
Congratulations, Kiki. I think that's the highest roll we have ever had.
Yeah, I literally rolled a 19. I could have done a 41 or a 42 if I'd rolled a 10 on the d10.
So Kiki,
Yes.
You see all the traps.
I see everything.
you do. With the with the light of the drift globe, kind of held aloft by Noel's mage hand, creeping up behind you, right? You are sort of scanning the floor, the walls, the perimeter of this room. Set high in the walls, just basically up and down the length of this hallway, there's murals, more imagery that you can see. Beneath them, there is sort of this like serpentine sort of scroll work that looks largely decorative. And interspersed throughout this scroll work, you see the very clear outline of what looks like almost plugs in the wall. Either stone or clay or some other material, kind of mimicking the surrounding stone, and concealing these probably like 6-inch wide circular holes from the looks of it.
Okay.
You see them on the wall, you see them in the floor, and you see them kind of in the like where the baseboard of the wall would be, like in the corner where the wall hits the floor. Like they're everywhere. And about 30 feet into the chamber, just barely visible through a layer of dust, there's a very clear seam to your eyes. A break in the stone. And best as you can tell, it's about 5 feet wide and spans the width of this hallway. Looks like a very wide pressure plate. And you can see beyond the pressure plate more of these plugs that kind of just continue to dot the floor and walls, lower
Right.
walls of this chamber.
Go disarm the pressure plate.
Okay. How are you going to do that?
I don't fucking know. I'm not no.
I'm just going to break it.
I don't know how to do that stuff. In Baldur's Gate you can disarm
just do it.
traps, so that's why I'm like, I don't fucking.
I don't flavor it for me. Just how would you approach it?
Out of question, what is Kiki anyway?
I'm a human.
Oh, I meant what class, but yeah. Okay.
Oh.
A human.
Secrets.
I am a class human.
I'm a human.
I am a human class human.
Hello, fellow human.
You
I too
man.
am a human.
Everything just went real quiet.
I am looking up how to disarm. Or how to
And I got an idea.
fucking idea. Please tell me.
You said it was a pressure plate, right?
Yeah.
So why not set it so that you have just a really strong thing on where the pressure plate pushes down into, so that way it can't push down.
Yeah, that was my next thing, was getting rocks and like wedging it, so if
Like
you
wedge-
stepped on it, it
Okay.
wouldn't go down.
Sure. Then I'll say give me a dexterity, I guess thieves tools check, as you're kind of using these as your primary trap disabling implements.
Is that like a plus?
If you're proficient with thieves tools, you'd add your proficiency.
Okay. $18.
18. That would just meet it, actually.
Okay.
With an 18, you jam some makeshift shims into this seam in the floor, and you just barely just like kind of tap the floor just to see like how sensitive is it, you know. And it doesn't really shift at your touch. It doesn't really shift when you lay your hand on it. When you start to put some weight on it, you can feel the very slightest bit of shifting, and you're like, okay, we need to shim that up. So you're just kind of jamming rocks and all kinds of stuff into that seam and testing it again. And eventually, it does not feel as though the floor is shifting underfoot now. Feels like you've got it pretty jammed up.
Okay.
Good.
I will probably. There was no other pressure plates, right? That was the only one.
That's the only one you've seen so far.
With a 40, Jacob. That's the only one I've seen.
Sorry, the DC was 50.
It's the only one you see.
Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't roll it. I can roll 2 higher than that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think passing the pressure plate and kind of hauling the rest of the party forward with the drift globe illuminating. This hallway extends about 80 feet from one end to the other. And on the other side of the pressure plate, as soon as the light begins to move forward, you can see kind of emerging out of the darkness this large circular stone dais, this platform. There's maybe like 2 or 3 steps leading up to it. And these look like humanoid-sized. These are not dragon-sized steps. The dais itself is probably only about 10 feet across, maybe 20. It is not dragon-sized. This is, again, built to sort of a humanoid, kind of to ascend and step into the center of it. At the top of the dais, about 5 feet off the ground, there is this sort of curved, almost altar place. And surrounding it, you see 5 stone statues, each of them about 6 feet tall, kind of standing around the perimeter of the dais. 2 arms, 2 legs, but the legs themselves are sort of digigrade. They are kind of inverted, jointed. The arms are very long, muscular, but disproportionately long to any humanoid you've ever seen. Faces are heavily draconic. Long snouts, rows of sharp teeth kind of protruding up and down the lips, deep set eyes, and almost like kind of skeletal brows. No horns to speak of, but almost like a head of hair or dreads kind of trailing off the back of the head. You can see tails kind of wrapped around their feet, and large stone wings kind of arcing out of their backs and sort of half closing around their bodies. And in each of their hands, you can see a gem-encrusted golden greatsword.
I'll take the swords.
Beyond the dais, at the edge of the drift globe's light, there is a shimmering surface against the far wall.
Okay.
But without advancing any further, it's hard to make out
Could I
much detail there.
move the drift globe with my hand?
Okay.
Or is that too far with that factored in?
I mean, how far back are you standing?
I'm behind Kiki. We're 5 feet behind Kiki, probably.
Okay, so then you could push the drift globe further out with Mage Hand. The Mage Hand can go 30 feet ahead of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So with a little bit more light, you can see the far wall illuminate, and what you're looking at almost seems to be like a surface of like cascading crystals or like undulating like glass. You can't see through it. It's opaque, dark, but in the light, as you kind of shift it around, there are sort of streaks of an almost like flame-like shape that kind of jump into view here and there in reds, blues, and greens. An almost kind of opalescent sheen to this surface. And you can see it seems to stretch up almost the entire height of this wall, which is about 80, no, not 80, excuse me, probably about 50 or 60 feet.
Beautiful.
Just this, almost like a waterfall of this like frozen crystal glass material.
Anyone have any idea what that is?
I don't know, but it really makes me want to blow it up.
Fascinating.
Can I investigate it and see what it is?
Is my detect magic still up?
It would be up, yes. I will say Burberry. You would not have picked up any magic from the trap as you passed by it. The trap appears to be almost entirely mechanical. No magic there. The DS is reeking of magic. There is an almost palpable like magical steam just kind of wafting off of this structure and these statues and this altar. And as you draw a little bit past that towards the glass also appears to be magical. Again, very intensely, primally magical.
Well, it's magic, so that's fun.
Yeah.
Can I tell what kind of magic it is?
With detect magic, I would say you are largely picking up like just a very powerful essence of abjuration magic. Around the altar, you also are getting hints of transmutation.
Which one's abjuration? Is that the
Like
ouchie one?
protective shielding magic.
Oh, protective, okay.
Ouchie would be evocation.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was actually in the process of looking up abjuration because I
I can't remember which one's which. Okay. Protective magic. Good to know.
Did you want to take a look at the glass still, Kiki?
Yeah, I'll take a
Are you interacting with the glass, or are you just observing?
observing it.
All right. Also, give me a perception check.
22.
22. With the light of the drift globe much closer now, you can kind of see that there is a very faint bit of transparency to this glass. And standing still and watching it, you definitely can observe this almost flame-like shimmer inside of it. There is a almost constant dance of something in there that is shimmering from one color to the next. There's definitely a very powerful something at play here. I'll say give me an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Yeah.
Are there ways out of this room besides out the way we came?
That is the only other passage that you can see.
18.
18. Okay. I would say you're not sure what the material is, but based on what Burberry's seeing with detect magic, based on what you're seeing, just observing this thing, I think you probably do make a connection that there is something at play between this altar surrounded by dragon statues and this. Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
And
This
the Tostitos!
and the Tostitos. Hoosier is munching on behind you, just punching chips.
It can sense that they're there.
It's beautiful in here. There's a connection between the altar and this wall of crystal glass. Something magical.
Okay.
Shared between them. Any
Engravings, inscriptions, carvings anywhere in here that would indicate what either of these things might mean?
Yeah. I mean, when Kiki walked in, first thing she would have noted was high on the wall. There are 2 murals that kind of stretch the entire 80-foot span of this hallway on both the left and the right.
And carefully avoiding where we indicated there were traps, I would slowly work my way down with the drift globe and just see what it says.
Okay.
Try and
which wall first?
Left.
Left? Okay.
Actually, which way is draconic red?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Left or right?
Alright, I'd start at the left wall then.
Okay. So, starting at the left, so starting back by the door where you came in and working your way towards the crystal. What you're looking at appears to be like a relief carving of a funerary procession. The first segment of this mural shows a dragon bearing a crown on its head, prone, clearly dead, supported by smaller dragons and even smaller humanoid figures with dragonish heads. They are advancing towards what looks like a wall of crystal, which, looking at sort of the frame depicted on the wall, you kind of gather is probably the same wall of crystal that you're standing in front of right now.
Right.
The middle segment shows the other side of this wall of crystal. And inside of it, you see what appear to be collections of treasures in large casks and vases and mounds, just loose, that kind of span this segment of the wall. And you see the dead crowned dragon laying on a slab, surrounded by these smaller dragon-headed humanoids. All of them carrying some sort of implements, like hooks and these kind of large, like, billed spears. And you can see them seeming to harvest organs and deposit them in funerary urns at either end of the slab. And
Harvest the organs of the dragon.
The dead dragon.
Okay.
In the final segment of this mural, you can see what appears to be a sarcophagus. There's sort of a cutaway sort of motif where you can sort of see the dragon corpse inside the sarcophagus, bound in linens. And before it, a wide basin is set by a trio of these dragon-headed humanoids, each of them holding these large circular objects with a draconic glyph inside of them, each one with a different glyph.
Okay.
And across the top of this mural, there is a very lengthy 2-line inscription. Again, in Ancient Draconic.
Okay.
So, I'll say go ahead and give me another intelligence check if you can read Draconic.
But I rolled a nat 20 last time.
I
Clearly
know.
I know this stuff. 5.
5?
Can
Yeah,
I
I'm
look at
dumb
it?
all of a sudden.
Can I look at it?
Sure.
I could also look at it too.
Yeah, whoever's got proficiency with Draconic, go ahead and roll intelligence.
What was the check again? Sorry.
21!
Intelligence. 21, good job.
I got an 18.
Oh, nat 20.
Aw, dang it.
Sorry.
How dare you be good at stuff. Oh, the nerd.
You monster.
Just like flat intelligence.
Flat intelligence.
So 24.
24. Okay. Noelle, I will say the stylizations in this room strike you as probably having been rendered by a different artist, and it's loopy and frustrating trying to parse what you're looking at.
Cursive.
But with
And cursive
Kiki,
draconic.
but with Kiki and Burberry's help, you guys are able to sort of work your way through the passage. And what you're able to read comes out to the servants of the Fargak here now pledge unto the turning of the age to safeguard the last heir, that he may see his last testament fulfilled. The second line says, honored penitent, present unto the heir the woe of your age, that in his glory his words may come to pass. And looking at the glyphs in those discs, you are able to make out what looks like almost like a kind of a stylized like word art rendering of 3 different words: will, flesh, and spirit.
Will, flesh, and spirit?
Yeah.
Some sort of puzzle, isn't it?
Can you write it in chat?
Yes, please.
References.
Sorry, what is these 3 glyphs written on? Urns?
Like just round disc shapes that are being held by these humanoid figures. There's not really any detail that you could like identify them as an object, like a specific object. They're just
Okay. It's just sort
it's
of
a round
symbol.
thing with it's a round thing with a word in it.
Okay.
Um,
Some kind of dinner plate. Start looking.
yeah, and I will. Here's the room you're in. Oop. Copy. References paste. And here is the text. Oh, Jesus.
He accidentally copies the Notion link.
Yes, it does.
No, it's okay. You can send that to us.
Milo's Rewards, the new way to unlock savings from
It's the worst
It's
that
fine.
we learned from it.
all loyalty members earn points toward Milo's money.
Silence, loyalty ad. I am not interested. I want something not Bardify that is eerie. Can you do this for me? You goofy ass Kenku. How hard is that? Here, we'll do Shadowfell. That's good enough. That's spooky-ish. Okay.
This brings back bad memories.
I don't like it. Make it stop.
Inscription along west wall of glass chamber.
And what were the 3 glyphs? Could you just add that to the end there?
Oh god, I don't. This is bad for Chon Chon. This makes no sense to me.
Safeguard the last heir, that he may see his last testament fulfilled. Honored penitent, Present unto the air the woe of your age, that in his glory his words may come to pass.
Do we know what words they were?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're written there. They would translate to will, flesh, and spirit.
No. So it says like it mentions in that in his glory his words may come to pass.
Oh.
So,
The west wall does not contain any further inscription beyond that.
Does the east
Sure.
wall have anything?
The east wall does bear a mural of its own.
What does
Can
that
we go
one
look
say?
at that?
Is this just half the puzzle?
The visual along the eastern wall of this chamber is a much more grim, if that's possible, very macabre scene. The lower border from door to glass for 80 feet is just skeletal dragons twisting and writhing as if in agony. Above them, you see what looks like a comet or a meteor striking the ground and shattering a landmass. You see forests on fire, you see towers cracking and tumbling, and you see the oceans surrounding this landmass swelling in a flurry of ferocious tsunamis.
Oh,
You
is
see
this the telling
giant-
of the egg?
You see giant spikes of earth erupting out of the sea as the sea floor breaks under the impacts. And behind the comet, high up in the sky, you see a fleet of ships sailing westward towards the glass. And at the top of the mural, there's another inscription.
What does that inscription say?
I'll say we can ride the intelligence checks that we've made in this room.
Good, just what I wanted.
Thank God.
2 lines. The red star laid waste to the lower kingdom, its hunters laid siege to the upper kingdom. Ever will we resist their ceaseless hunger, even unto the turning of the age.
Can you put that in chat, please? So I might try to decipher.
I think this foretells the story of the egg, and I'm excited.
The story of the what?
The deep trenchy thing that my brain will forever think of as an egg.
Oh, are you talking about like the Helen Deep?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay.
Man, I'm glad I'm not in that place. Look at it.
It looks pretty terrible.
Does Joanna have a lot of additional context she could provide? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, but just... Does she know about all the stories that they're going over here in these inscriptions?
Joanna is reading this all pretty quietly and pretty solemnly, and you definitely see her kind of head back into the central chamber and kind of putter around. You can hear her footsteps as she kind of like moves through that gap you created into the other compartments of that chamber, kind of inspecting murals and like looking at them.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the same red star that's due for the solstice?
They were talking about a red glow. You know, off on the horizon.
And we know,
Too bad we didn't keep any Leviathan bits.
we know the Leviathan's been here a long time, given all the temples that the ancients had of him.
After a few minutes, Joanna would come back and she'd say, I think I found something, although I'd really like to get these walls out of the way.
What'd you find?
Sure.
Burberry like trails off in her direction.
Well, if you look over here, get her voice back. She will lead you into the eastern quarter of the chamber, and to the sort of the right half of the northeastern mural, which was a list of names and sort of descriptors of like reigns, right? And she would point up towards an entry about halfway up this, rightmost column. And she'd say, "There's a name up there. And it's only got a single word in place for the reign. Says it for Cavendish. His reign was marked by starfall."
Clip. Verdish?
Below him, his son, Mizaxes II, is said to have rallied his surviving people and fled to the upturned lands and made an effort to rebuild for about 300 years before he fell in battle to the hunters. And finally, we've got his son, Mizaxes III, who spent about 200 years stargazing and suffering of spiritual malaise before he too died, airless.
Oh, so each of the circles represents what each of the rulers had.
Well, there's 14 names on this list if you go to the other side of the wall and count them, but I think this might be Mizaxes III's. So that's new. We have a name. There's a hint of excitement, but there's also a note of trepidation in her voice. And she kind of heads over towards the southeast wall, where there is a similar sort of mural to the northwest wall, where you kind of have this sort of landscape that's being bisected by the wall in the middle of it, and you can make out this region of lands surrounded by seas. There looks to be sort of a central landmass to these, but it is largely covered up by this portion of the wall. But you can still see the portion of the banner that's exposed on this side at the top with the inscription that starts, "May our memory of the lower kingdom," and gets cut off. And then the second line says, "That it may rise with us," and it gets cut off again. And she's just kind of like poking around, like, "It'd be really nice if we could get this fucking thing out of the way," as she kind of rounds to the southern quarter of the wall and kind of continues with the banner on that side. And in total, that full banner, best as you can tell, reads something to the effect of, "May our memory of the lower kingdom endure unto the end of time, that it may rise with us at the turning of the age."
Is the
Could I
thing she
have-
really wants out of the way a rock?
The thing she wants out of the way is the big wall.
Yeah, she wants the wall
The
to
big
go back up.
X-shaped wall that fell into the room and is now bisecting all of the images.
We need like a switch or something.
Yeah. I will say, Barnaby, could I get a history check from you, my guy?
Oh,
was gonna say this is starting to sound familiar.
It is?
Yeah, right? I'm like, what?
A little bit. And as we all know, I am actually quite the history buff. I got a +6, thank you.
It just
Barnaby's
doesn't
been
belong
reading in
there
his
yet.
off time while he's
That
fishing.
is a 25.
Oh
19
my
plus 6.
god.
God damn.
Barnaby has a revelation in the chamber.
Yeah, Barnaby. I mean, if you're remembering something about the inscription, like, more power to you. But the thing that's going to jump out to you as you step into the southern quarter of this circular chamber and look at the right side of this sort of map, landscape, mural image, there's a very familiar coastline that grabs your attention. And you are pretty confident that what you're looking at is the continent of Laymore to the north and Helia to the south. This looks like, unless you're very much mistaken, and you're pretty sure you're not, the far eastern side of the Sea of Halan.
That does look familiar.
It does? Just looks like a mural to me. What are you seeing?
Looks like a map.
Nowhere I'm familiar with.
Oh, I am.
Wait, you said that this looks like the mural looks like a map?
At least near where I was back before I got, out of duded somewhere else.
Really?
And Burberry's like
Could you
and tries to get him to like compare it to current map locations.
Would we have that? I don't know if do we have a complete world map?
Do you guys have a world map?
Let me
I
look.
think we do. I couldn't remember if we did or not.
I have a leather map case which contains a map of the Emerald Coast, a map of the islands, a map of Alien and surrounding areas, and a map of Freeport. No world map in my inventory.
Alas. I would say with
How
it,
far is it from the home, or my home, or old home, I should say.
I mean, I would say that with the roll you just made, you're pretty confident that there's definitely a lot less islands depicted on this map than you recall being present today, from what you've seen. But you could pretty confidently point out the lakes, which are present on this map, where your people have sort of made their home in the marsh.
Just to be clear, what was this map indicating? Like what was inscribed here?
The inscription was, "May our memory of the lower kingdom endure unto the end of time, that it may rise with us at the turning of the age."
Lower Kingdom.
Wait, rise with us. There's a whole bunch of islands that ain't here.
I'm gonna say
There's
this
a whole
is-
bunch of stuff. Like this one and this one. He's pointing at empty spot.
And yeah, looking at it more, Barnaby, you're pretty confident that you know what you're looking at. But like going back around and looking at the left side of the map, say, the landmass on that side of the map is a very different, much larger shape than what you know to be modern day Lythor and the Samores. And there is this sort of protrusion into the central area of the sea that is almost definitely not there today. But it's also largely covered up by this wall. So it's really hard to say more than that.
Cuts off too early, dang it.
I feel like we should look for a switch or something, guys. I'm getting the sense.
Should I just get rid of this wall?
You have a
If
magic that can
works,
get rid
you
of a giant wall.
I have magic that can get rid of part of a giant wall.
I feel like
Part of
there's
it.
gotta be a button that sends us back up.
Can I mess with the glowy thing on the thingy?
What glowy thing?
The,
Very
the
specific.
glass thing by with like the swords and stuff. The statues.
Oh, the wall of glass.
I also wanted to look closer at the dais or whatever.
Yep. I was
But I feel like we're being pulled in two different directions here.
It's up to you. I would say Professor Hosier is making a connection between the inscriptions in this room and in the next one. And she's definitely, I would say, intrigued by this obscured landmass. That, going back to the glass room, looks to be the center of impact for that comet or meteor strike.
Okay. I think we need to look for a lever or switch or something to get this wall back up. Seems like what we should be focusing
Yeah,
on.
are there any?
Is it possible it's a hidden like button or something in the wall?
I mean, do you want to look?
Yeah, I mean, we
Sure.
we should start looking around for that. Just in
Okay.
general.
So I'll say anyone who's looking for something along the walls to try and raise the big walls, give me an investigation check. Kiki, what are you doing with the glass wall? You said you wanted to inspect it.
Oh,
What did you want to do? While you're in there.
Damn, I
Um,
rolled 27.
did I find out earlier that there was like magic and stuff in it?
Burberry would have seen stanky ass magic coming off of both the dais and the statues as well as the glass wall. Yes.
Investigation. John just got a 14.
Are the daises like buttons almost?
So it's like a circular platform. At the top of the platform, there's some stairs leading up onto it, and then at
Yeah.
the top of it, there's an altar, which you guys haven't climbed up yet. And then,
I'll climb up to the
kind
altar.
of surrounding that like space where you would stand, surrounding the altar, there's 5 humanoid dragon statues, clutching gold and gem-encrusted great swords.
I'll go up to the altar.
Okay. And what are you doing?
On the altar, it looks like there's 3 buttons.
There are 3 circular, like, depressions, like just smooth, like bowl-shaped, carved spaces on the altar,
Oh,
is what you would be seeing there.
and you said there's 3 draconic figures holding 3 round objects.
Mm-hmm.
On the mural, yep.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to give something up.
Well, they're saying it's like will, flesh, and spirit. They're
Yeah.
glyphs.
With a 25, Noel?
Oh, I was investigating 27.
27, yeah. You guys circle the chamber for a minute, kind of trying to find something, and just kind of on a whim, you kind of reach into kind of the space behind the stone doors, the big stone doors that lead into the glass room, like, you know, where they would set in their frame.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't feel like a back to it. And like you kind of like peek your head around it and you can see there is like a very small little tunnel
Oh,
embedded in the door frame.
I'll hold the drift globe up. Kind of look.
It looks like it extends for about 20 feet before it bends off to the right. And that would be sort of behind the wall in the glass room, it looks like.
Okay.
And with that 27, I think you just kind of swing your head across the door frame to the other side, and you can see, mirroring it, another very small tunnel, kind of boring into the stonework behind the right door.
Interesting. I feel like I probably shouldn't go in there unless I'm looking for traps first.
It would be very, very tight squeeze for you to get in there, Noel. These are like 3 feet high. Like, they're small.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll point that out to everybody else at the very least. And then I'll probably go look at the dice with Kiki.
Okay.
Can I cast Identify on the mirror?
The glass?
Yeah.
Okay. Casting it as a ritual will take about 10 minutes. So, is there anything Kiki and Noel are doing in that time?
I mean, I was gonna see if I can find any circular thingies that say will, flesh, or spirit.
But I was
You
gonna,
You gotta look around the room, just see if anything's lying around.
I'm curious about like the figures, if any of them are holding stuff.
The statues,
Mhm.
all of them have great swords they're just holding, point in the ground.
Do any of them have like the specific like will, flesh, or spirit engraved on them?
Looking at them, you don't see any writing of any kind on any of the weapons.
what about in the 3 depressions?
The depressions also do not have any writing in them or around them.
Is there any indication on the depressions of them being different from each other? Or is it just 3 flat stone
3 rounded, like bowl-shaped depressions in the altar. Yeah.
All right, fuck it. For flesh, I'm gonna cut my hand and put some blood in the middle one.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what happens.
That's what I was
Okay.
thinking.
3 slashing damage as you bleed into the bowl.
Did anything happen?
The chamber remains still and quiet.
Would you have
Alright.
been stepped into the depression when you did that, or did you like hold your hand over it and cut?
I held my hand over it and cut.
I don't know if that makes a difference, but that was my first thought.
Will, I don't know what will sacrifice there would be. Flesh is like blood. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing. Spirit and will.
Well, one of those is magic, isn't it?
Perhaps. Wait a minute. I'm having a flashback. Suddenly, Noel remembers a very different door that also needed blood.
Yep.
Or was this? Oh, this was back in the
Let's start at the
early,
very beginning.
Oh man.
That was whenever 3 hit points was a problem.
yeah.
But we had to fill that with a lot of blood.
Yeah.
I think you would know that was a different era of ruin from this one. This one is much older, probably about twice as old, if not more.
So I had to kill myself and put myself in the bowl?
I don't know.
That's not what I said.
It didn't do anything when you put something in.
Burberry.
Yep.
As your identify wraps up, you are momentarily blinded by this intense flash of revelation, you could say, as you are almost bombarded with this sort of repellent force, this intense magic that just rails against your spell. And as you sort of kind of blink and step back and kind of look at this this glass again, you get the sense that what you're looking at, what this glass is, through some very powerful, very primal, ancient, draconic magic, this is the final protective barrier. You definitely get the sense, like, just based on the murals, based on the intensity of this ward, like, the burial chamber is probably on the other side of this. And this feels like the most potent enchantment they could muster to keep it safe.
Can I roll? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I will say that since you are examining it, and I should have mentioned it earlier because I know Kiki was examining the glass. So forgive me, Kiki, for forgetting. There is a very fine inscription that you would notice that sort of follows the arch of this wall that the glass is sort of like filling the entirety of. And reading it, you would see, "Humble pilgrim, you stand before the consecrated remains of Prince Mizaxes, third of his name, 14th heir of the Fargakir, and 333rd lord of the Lower Kingdom. Make ready the key to your offering, that you might commune with his enduring spirit, that as he wills, he might extend the glory of his house unto the turning of the age."
Can you put that in chat, please?
Yes.
Did we see that name in the first thingy?
It was the last name in the list of lords along the northeast wall of
Wasn't
the
this
main
the one
chamber.
that went off and did his own thing and then had a sickness of spirit?
Yeah, the spiritual malaise. Yeah, that was him.
Dumb question. What does malaise mean again?
Illness.
Okay.
You had it. You had it right.
Okay, no, it's just like the spiritual malaise is like, wait, is that like a specific thing?
I have a question for you, DM.
Yeah.
These like circular bowl things.
Yep.
Does it look like there's something specific that's supposed to fit in it?
Give me another investigation check.
29.
Okay. You get real, like, you get down like eye level with the stone, like you are very intensely just scrutinizing every detail you can possibly find, and what you pick up are some very fine, minute scratches in each of these bowls. Almost as though something was grinding, grains of dust or sand into the stone as they moved. And it definitely looks like there is something meant to press into them. Something about big enough, probably, to literally just fill these bowls.
Okay.
Something big and probably fairly heavy and hard, if it was able to gouge stone like that.
Well, I don't think pouring our blood into the bowl is going to do anything
Glad we realized that now.
before we kill somebody. Just see
Wait,
what
that was in the cards.
You just look over and Burberry's already got a knife out, like one of them.
What? No.
No.
Why would we get a fresh one? We have two perfectly good legs completely
true, we
filled
can
with
go-
blood.
We can get
You're just like wringing them out, just trying to get all the
we
blood.
can get a
juice into the
spatula, just
bowl.
kind of get them off the floor.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's horrible.
Okay, well, have we not... we haven't seen anything that matches the shape and size of these holes then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then this seems like perhaps something we're going to find if we keep going? Although I don't know how we get them here. These would be huge.
They're probably like 1.5 feet across, would be your guess. Heavy, but not too big to carry.
Presumably made of stone, though, right?
So nobody has Dispel Magic?
We do, actually. Although we do run the risk of, if we dispel it, it just will never open again.
Oh no! If I try to dispel that, it's just gonna kick my ass. Magically speaking.
Are you sure?
What if you were particularly inspired?
Yeah.
Okay, giant ancient door meant to contain remains of a dragon.
But it's a D10, Burberry.
Yeah. How high
Who knows
could it
what's
be?
possible? Kiki got a
We
40.
can a D10.
I don't think you understand. I nearly threw up just trying to identify the thing.
But magic spells known only go to level 9, so if you roll a 10 at the minimum and a 9 on the bardic inspiration.
So Burberry like pulls out his book and just writes,
Not a magic user.
and starts underlining
it rapidly.
Are you taking notes on Kiki? The sass.
Now the real question is, who's on top today?
I like the snowball. She's with me. She thinks we should do it. I appreciate this.
I think we should try.
I think we should try.
But I'm not going to force Burberry. Incidentally, has anyone else taken a look inside the... or, like, found a way to look in the door wedge I found?
Ooh.
I'll go
I mean, if
crawl
you
through
point it
it.
out, people can go look, and yeah, there's these
I did
very,
point it out, and then I went to go join Kiki on the dais.
yeah, very tight little tunnels.
I'm just gonna keep identifying the stuff in this room. Like, I'm gonna identify the next thing and see what all it...
What is the
Kiki.
next thing?
Well, you said that the glass and then the dais was...
Yeah,
magic?
yeah, the
So
dais appears to be magical.
If I... Could you identify a dais to see, like, what kind of spell specifically is on it? Or is it connected to the...
I'd say you could try, sure. Yeah. Go for it.
Cool.
So another 10 minutes, Burberry will be casting. Kiki, you're going to look at these tunnels?
I'm gonna start crawling through one.
Okay. It's definitely a tight squeeze. What is Kiki's build, out of curiosity?
Small.
Isn't that convenient?
No, she's a medium creature.
I know she's medium. I'm just curious, like, how do you pick
I
them?
always make my people short because I hate being tall, so I wish I was shorter. So they're always very short.
Fair. Okay. I would say you can squeeze. It's not comfortable, but you can squeeze through and just kind of like edge your way forward through either of these halls.
I think I
do you
had
want
a
to do
nightmare like this once.
the left one or the right one first? There's one in either door frame.
Wait. Before I do this, I'm gonna cast Find Traps
Okay.
off Burberry.
Barry is busy.
Like honestly, my brain goes, Chani. Knowing Chani, she probably either played a rogue or a ranger,
Or both.
or both.
To make sure there's no traps
Alright.
in these. Either
So
one.
you throw out a find trap spell, and in a pulse of expanded awareness, you are very painfully aware of the massive stone walls in the chamber to the south. And you are also very painfully aware of the various covered openings in the chamber to the north with the glass wall and the pressure plate that is still in there. You don't sense anything else besides them, though.
Nope. I'll crawl through the hole.
Okay. Again, which one are you going through, left or right?
Let's go left.
Left first? Okay. So you crawl about 20 feet, and then it bends to the right. And seems to extend alongside, like, in the wall next to the glass chamber. Keep going.
There's a. I can see the glass chamber.
It's turning, and it's now... The tunnel is now running parallel to the glass chamber.
Oh,
Presumably on the other side of the wall. Some
Sure.
distance.
I'll keep going.
You have a light with you? If not, it's fine. I know you have dark vision.
I have a torch.
You have a torch lit in there?
I'll light a torch once I get to the end.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably another 20 feet before you hit a dead end. You don't feel any passages to your left or right, or above you or below you. And there is something on the wall, like, under your hand when you kind of, like, paw at it. Sort of
Is
like
it a?
rectangular shape of stone.
Is it like a foot long?
It's like probably like 2 inches wide by like 8 inches tall. It's not huge, but it's like a big brick. It feels like, kind of sticking out of the wall.
I don't want to waste all my things, but I really want to detect trap.
It's up to you.
Yeah. You know what?
I mean,
Oh,
detect trap has a 120-foot range for what it's worth.
Yeah, if you haven't gone farther than 120 feet, then you would have sensed it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You've only gone 40 feet.
I'll try to take the stone out. I die.
Messing with the stone doesn't feel like it pulls out of the wall and kind of jostling a little bit. You feel a little bit of give when you kind of press down on it.
Okay, I'll push it in.
Okay. So you press and you see the stone kind of sliding down along the wall, and it kind of reveals this groove behind it as it leaves its original position. And eventually you see it click into place.
Can I keep going?
It's not moving. It stopped moving there.
Did like a door open? Or did the stone just... Yeah.
It just...
I think it's one of two.
Okay. I'll crawl back out.
Okay.
And go through the other passage.
All right. This one extends about 30 feet, but it just goes straight. And again, you feel at the end of the passage this rectangular stone switch under your hand.
I'll press it in. Oh, this is for the walls.
And outside, where the rest of the party is standing, you can see the large stone walls bisecting this chamber begin to lift up out of the ground. At the far side of the chamber, you can see this kind of like gooey, sticky substance being kind of stretched up from the wall next to the pair of disembodied legs.
Gross.
And after a few seconds of rumbling, this massive stone impediment retracts back into the ceiling.
Yeah.
And
there's
the
no coming
open-
back from that.
The chamber is open, and you can now see the entirety of each mural on each of the four walls, left to right, in their entirety.
Was there
I
any
wouldn't look at the other walls. after
info we
dinner.
missed? Now that we can see all of it.
The northeast wall that had the list of rulers, effectively. Not a lot missed on that one. It was divided into 2 columns, and the columns were kind of separated by the wall, for the most part.
Gotcha.
So, not really much missed there. The southeast wall that had the sort of in memory of the Lower Kingdom mural with the large landscape. The Barnaby kind of recognized the western or eastern portion of as Laymore and Helan and kind of his homeland. You would now get to see in full this central landmass that sort of protrudes into the center of this like sort of crescent-shaped sea that kind of wraps around it, right? And very similar to the portion of the northwestern mural you saw. You see, forests with animals in the lowlands. You see dragons flying around over this landscape of like soaring towers and fortresses and temples. There is also, in the center of the mural, once, previously completely covered by that 5-foot wide wall, and now visible, there is a group of 5 draconic figures. Semi-humanoid, but still mostly draconic. They look very heavily stylized, all of them wearing crowns, and each of them clutching a gemstone in their claws. And these guys are sort of kind of in like the background, almost like in the sky, kind of looming over this landscape.
Well, this is cool looking.
Can I get either a history or arcana check from you? Looking at these.
Oh, me?
Yes.
I'm good at both of those things. Could be worse. They are the same. 16.
That'll do it. You would recognize from your studies of various creatures for the purposes of polymorph, the horn patterns on each of these dragons differs, and you would recognize that each one appears to be representative of a different flight of metallic dragon.
Oh.
The brass, bronze, copper, silver, and gold dragons.
Okay. And this is on the 5 figures?
Yes.
They're like humanoid. Do they match the 5 figures in the dais?
They don't.
Okay.
They are a different, very, very different sort of stature to those figures.
Okay.
Like I said, the humanoid kind of like proportions strike you more as a stylization than as a actual representation.
Yeah.
Because these guys are like these huge looming figures over a landscape, like these almost like godlike, kind of like perched in the sky over it.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know what this means, but I definitely recognize those shapes. I hazard a guess that Joanna does too.
She would confirm that. It definitely looks like this was metallic dragons. She would be able to say that, to the best of my understanding at least, the Lower Kingdom was the domain of the metallics. The Upper Kingdom, which was most of Dathadar, was the domain of the chromatic dragons.
Which ones are the assholes?
I mean, When you're a dragon, you're a bit beyond such base descriptors, dear.
Chromatic.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I don't need to be.
You're just like,
I don't.
nah.
Well, as interesting as this all is, I don't know if there's too much actionable stuff to do in here at this point. And we do have people to go look for.
Oh, that's right. Oh, shit. I completely forgot.
Can I try to, like, see if there's any tracks from the people that disappeared? Now that the doors are open?
Sure. Give me an investigation check. And while you do that, Burberry, with your identify spell, back in the glass room, inspecting the dais. Again, you pick up very strong hints of abjuration, with undercurrents of transmutation at play. It's not a spell that you would recognize, or a series of spells even. This is very ancient, primal, draconic magic. But to the best of your ability, what you are discerning with this spell is that this dais is a receptacle. There are 3 objects keyed to these sockets, corresponding, presumably, to the diagram in the mural. With these objects, the ward maintaining this wall of glass would fade and permit passage into the next chamber. Without these keys, you sense there is a tied to the transmutation component that you've been picking up. There is a spell set to go off should someone attempt to force their way through the glass, or potentially desecrate this dais or the statues around it. You're not sure what exactly it is, but something would transform. And as you finish up the spell and kind of take a step back, you kind of can't help but feel as though the 5 humanoid dragon figures surrounding this dais are looking down at you, watching and waiting.
I'm like, I feel like he would just spend a moment in, like, I can't say reverence is quite the right word, but like the yeah, I see you. I'm not gonna fuck with anything. Like, I'm just here.
Hands in the air, backing up slowly. We still cool. I'ma be out here. As Burberry backs away.
Well, cause you know, Burberry is like a pantheon boy, so like he does, like, while
respect.
it might not be quite his jam, he knows better than to disrespect things that are more powerful than him, or at least what he views as more powerful than him.
This is fair.
Um,
But that's what you pick up with an identify spell on the DS.
Can we assume that Burberry actually was just prepping his spells normally whenever everyone was asking him for specific spells from his list earlier?
Yeah, so that's fine.
Cool. I would like to use the thingy, and I would like to cast Commune.
Okay. Commune. Who
That's
are we communing with?
Burberry's gonna choose this by being super super respectful.
I mean,
I'd be
if I can pull that off, that'd be great. I'll probably just contact my deity or my tent.
Sure. Okay, so you set yourself up for a little ritual. Set up some candles, get some incense going.
Not on the dais, though. We're gonna do it.
Sure. A good ways back. Sprinkle a bit of holy water, and get yourself in the mood, right? And you reach out into the ether and make contact with Bojalig and Sturk, and you can almost feel with your eyes closed their presence beside you and hear their voices in your ear. Burberry, hey, what? It's been a while. How you doing?
It has been a bit. Nice to see you all.
You too. Say hi, Sturk. Burberry.
I love these pair.
So I seem to be in front of a very large dais that has a door in front of it with people I don't know wanting to get to the other side of the door. And I'm not sure if it's a good idea to try and open it for them.
Well, that's a question, isn't it? I'm getting some vibes off that room, Burberry.
Of course, Turk reads vibes.
I don't love them. I mean, I didn't want to put too fine a point on it, but yeah, I'm not sure what's in there, honestly. It's pretty cloudy from up here. There's some serious magic on that shit. I'd be careful whatever you decide to do regarding that room, unless it's leave, in which case you're probably going to be fine. But, you know, if you go in, just be ready.
Are the keys to the door in the chamber, or are they scattered?
Keys?
For the bowl?
Yeah. Feel like I can see them. No, they're not in there. No, it looks like they're. There's one in the east wing and two down the west wing. Yeah, I was gonna get there. Thanks.
It's a very generous commute.
It really is. Keeping it short and sweet. And probably the DM doesn't want us to stay in here forever.
Yeah, I feel like we've spent 3 hours in one room, and he's just like, "Oh dear God, get them."
I wrote mural stuff. There's lore in these chambers, so I don't blame you for sticking around for a while. I assume this would be like a 3 or 4 session dungeon.
And if the door is opened, it won't cause some kind of end of the world shit. Rather only have one of those in one lifetime.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll end the world. It might end you. So again, be careful.
Thank you, Sturk.
You're welcome.
And that was genuine. That wasn't trying to be, I wasn't trying to be flippant.
No, you're fine. I think with your third question,
it was
Socially.
lovely seeing you both.
Yeah, no, it was good to hear from you. It's been hey, burp. I think you're. And it just goes dark. You open your eyes and you find yourself still in the dungeon, surrounded by a circle of candles and some slowly burning incense.
Okay, and last last thing, and I'm just gonna use up a whole lot of spell slots today. That's gonna be what we're doing.
Perfectly reasonable approach to a dungeon.
Yeah. So you would call this glass a door, right?
It definitely seems to be like filling a door frame, like a big archway. It's probably like 50 to 60 feet tall.
So could I use clairvoyance on the other side of it?
You could try.
Let's do that. Then you find Burberry just passed out on the floor somewhere because it backfired horribly somehow.
That's how Burberry died.
All right, Burberry, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh. That's
You
never
know
a good
what?
sign.
You know what? I'm gonna take all of the bad rolls tonight
What'd you get?
because this one's okay.
Oh.
You said wisdom?
Yep.
That is a 24.
Oh. Damn.
I did a lot of bad rolls before this one.
Okay.
So I'm glad this is not good.
Well, that is a success.
Yay! If it
So
wasn't,
you'll only
it'd be
take
awful.
half damage.
Oh god!
So that's going to be 20, 31's halved, so 15 psychic damage.
Oh, thank God! I thought that
I
was.
thought that was half.
No, halved of what I rolled. So you'll take 15 psychic damage as you attempt to cast a clairvoyance spell, and in the split second of visual that you have, you see gold. And then the spell cuts off immediately, and you feel this same sort of blinding pain rebuff you from the door that kind of momentarily blinded you when you cast Identify on it. But as you're like pulling back, kind of breaking the connection and trying to get as much mental distance as you can from it, just withdrawing, your head's throbbing and you just kind of like dab the tip of your nose incidentally and kind of pull away feeling wet. You can feel a little bit of blood between your fingers.
Ow. I'm just gonna lay here for a second.
Burberry, you okay?
You need a band-aid?
It sounded like
The
you
door-
yelped.
The door fights back.
Oh, it's an angry door?
I'm just gonna sit here for a second. I'm gonna. Ow.
So
I
you don't
like-
want a band-aid?
No, it's fine. I just mentally hit my funny bone.
Oh, that doesn't sound nice.
No, it's not. Oh, is this what old Lauren feels like whenever she eventually gets a hangover?
Probably.
Probably.
Oh.
Just so you know, your brain doesn't have bones. You can't get a funny bone hit there.
No shit!
Were you muttering to yourself earlier?
Yeah, well, not to myself. I kind of, I was doing the whole let's talk to the gods things, and they were very useful. A little foreboding though.
What'd they tell you?
They told me that whatever's on the other side of that door is incredibly ominous, and that we should get a full night's rest before we even think about going through it. And to be very careful.
Call.
And to quote the perfectly succinct Stirk, it's not a thing that would cause the end of the world, but it might be a thing to cause the end of me.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. This place seems very dangerous.
Also, the middle one's hot.
Middle.
And he's like blindly pointing at the dragons that are watching over the dais.
Yeah, Burberry, you like look up and you can see the dragons' heads are all almost fully angled in your direction, watching
boy.
you.
Do we see that as well, or is it just Burberry that sees that?
Burberry would see it for a moment, blink, and they would be kind of back where they
Okay.
originally were standing.
Middle one's still hot. I stand by my statement. No
It
offense to
winks
the
at
other
you.
4. I mean, don't get me wrong, other ones, you're all like a solid 7, but the middle guy's a 9.
Well, we haven't seen any of the.
The other 4 take offense and start stabbing you. I'm kidding.
We haven't seen any of the tablets to like move this door.
Oh, that's there's 2 in the west wing and 1 in the east wing.
Oh, they told you that?
Yeah, they're very useful.
That is very useful. 2 in the
Thank-
west. And
Thank you to the gods above.
Yeah, Noel, you look down the western passage, and again, you just see that dead end.
Did I see which direction the when I rolled? Because I rolled earlier to investigate to figure
That's-
out.
Right. What did you roll?
It was a 21.
21. Okay. You'd be kind of poking around where Zhang's jelly is just kind of mashed into the stonework.
Did you name him Zhang so you could say Zhang Jelly?
Zhang jelly.
Yeah.
No, I just named him Zhang because it was the first name that came up on my inserted NPC name here list.
Burberry, you gain 7 hit points. I'm casting Healing Word for you.
Oh, thank you.
You kind of poke around, see if you're able to find anything, and with a 21, I'll say there's a couple of footprints in the dust that you pick up, heading down the west wing.
They went west.
Doesn't really show you where they went once they were in that kind of length of hallway, but you do see footsteps leading that direction.
They went down the dead end?
Apparently, but somewhere in the dead end are those things we need anyways.
True. Any indications of... It's just blank walls, that's all that's in here, in this dead end?
Just smooth stone walls.
I'm not super well equipped for this kind of work.
Neither am I, but I'm gonna look at them anyway.
Give me an investigation, Burberry.
You know what? I'll take it with that 16.
16?
No, I meant the
Oh.
previous 16 because I just rolled that one.
Gotcha.
You know what, guys? Fail the rest of the rolls for the whole night. You did the
You're
one thing.
pretty stumped. You're not sure how people would have gotten anywhere beyond this hallway. There's nothing here.
I'm really tempted to just run full tilted to the end of the hallway and see what happens.
That would reveal if it's an illusion. That's one way to do it. I mean, I could try throwing something just to see if there's any magical gap in the wall or something like that.
Alright. There's something down the hall.
Is there like a rock I could pick up?
There's probably some pebbles and rocks, sure.
Sure. I'll just toss some pebbles at the wall near where the boot prints were, I guess.
Okay.
See if anyone kind of shotgun it, just see if any of them go through.
Are you trying to ricochet it from wall to wall?
We're in a circle, correct?
You said shotgunning the western passageway, right?
Yeah. Yes. Although the dividing walls are gone now, correct?
Correct.
So there's just a wall that is part of the big circle.
Well, so there's like a 30-foot hallway that extends out of the westernmost portion of that circle,
Oh, and
and
that's where the dead end?
that ends in a dead end
Oh. And where were the boot prints?
in that hallway.
Oh. Okay, I see what the problem is.
It's like 20 feet wide and 40 feet deep, and it's just a dead end.
Have we checked this area for traps?
You guys have popped Find Trap twice now in this vicinity, and you haven't picked anything up in that direction.
Okay.
Wait a second, I've got an idea.
Oh,
Bark,
okay.
go down that hallway.
Bark, bark.
He's so emotive.
So, Bark toddles down that hallway. Or does he fly? I can't remember.
I'm gonna have him toddle.
Okay, so. Bark, bark. No.
I knew it!
You want to kill Bark? I swear, it's like your whole.
Bark's the easiest character in this party to kill. Are you kidding me? I do it every combat.
I know.
That's true, he does.
Bark is our
no.
canary.
Bark toddles down the hallway and stands in the middle of the hallway and looks back at you, and he goes, bark, bark.
I don't think it's got any pressure plates. He'd probably trigger that.
His little tail just goes.
Okay.
I'll lead.
Bark, bark.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a good look around this western hall and see if we can see any.
Okay.
No
So, investigation check.
Investigation, you said?
Yes, please.
I'll give you bardic inspiration, Kiki.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
23 for Noel.
23, huh?
22.
Okie dokie.
I rolled buku good for that other one.
So.
Wait, is that with the bardic inspiration?
Yeah, I rolled a 3 for Bardic.
Oh, okay. Well,
It wasn't.
What I will say is that as you begin to scour this hallway, nothing on the floor jumps out at you as movable or a pressure plate of any kind until you step foot on a tile that has a slightly different kind of a clink to it. You kind of run your foot on it, and it just ever so slightly shifts underfoot.
okay.
That's not good.
You kind of get your fingers underneath it and pry back, and on very, very rusty hinges. It's probably like 2-inch thick stone slat kind of swings up out of the way like a trapdoor and reveals this small, like 3-foot wide kind of depression under the floor. And you can see a very narrow little tunnel, almost like a sewer drain, leading back into the center of the room.
Oh gosh. Well, that's something.
Oh, wait, what happened? What was moving back to the center of the room?
We
There's
found another mini tunnel, like the ones you found at the door.
Yeah. But it leads back towards the circular chamber that you just left. Continuing your inspection, I would say, kind of poking around. You don't feel any other loose tiles in this room.
Okay.
And moving to the walls, you kind of begin to circle the perimeter, and eventually you feel a similar shift in the stone under your hands. There is a segment of wall along the south side of this hallway that has some give to it.
Do you want me to go crawl through the hole and see if I can,
Yeah, if
see if it's a door or something?
there's anything at the end there, that would be good to know. And this one has give in that I could press it or I could pull it.
Like you can push it.
Okay. Probably shouldn't just go doing that willy-nilly. Let's see what Kiki finds first.
I'll crawl through the hole.
Okay. This one is an even tighter squeeze than the ones behind the door frames. It is probably the most claustrophobic space you could possibly fit into as a medium creature, without getting stuck.
Ugh.
but you are pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually you hit a wall, but you feel the passage open up on both your left and your right. It's like a T intersection in this tunnel.
I'll go left.
Okay. So, kind of bending, contorting your body to try and round this corner, you begin to shuffle along the left passage, and you feel this tunnel, rather than going straight, kind of curves. And as you're heading this direction, it's curving to the right. And eventually, you reach another fork. You can feel the curving passage continue to curve, but you can also feel an opening to your left.
I'll try the opening to my left because I feel very claustrophobic and I would like to get out.
Okay. So you start kind of shuffling your way down that passageway, and eventually, after about 30 feet, give or take, boom, you hit solid stone, and it is just a dead end.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing in front of you and nothing to your side.
This is bullshit. She'll start crawling backwards.
I feel like you say that, and I'll say Barnaby, kind of standing in the large circular chamber still. You hear Kiki's voice underfoot.
What?
And Kiki, you would hear Barnaby responding.
Hello?
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 What?
Am I
What
just
you going down there for?
Oh, I'm below you?
Yep.
Oh.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Barnaby, you are currently standing about 10 feet from the big stone doors leading into the glass chamber.
What the fuck is this stupid fucking tunnel? God damn it.
Do you want to do anything, Barnaby, hearing all this underfoot?
If I say where to fly, could I get any kind of sight or something, seeing it from a vantage point up higher, looking down at that area, or is it just all rock?
I'd say you could give me a perception check.
All right. That is a 15.
15. I'd say you're not really picking up anything visually at, even at a height that would kind of indicate there's anything going on there. But, I mean, you can very clearly hear Kiki underfoot. She is somewhere beneath you in the floor, next to this northern door.
Do I get any kind of idea where it might lead out into something from here? Like if I were to guide her through a maze almost? Blind leading the blind?
There's not really a pattern on the floor so much. There's the grooves in the floor that have kind of been gouged by the falling wall.
Right.
But this seems to go under that. Because Kiki, you did not encounter any sensation of the grooves, really, as you were kind of circling this tunnel.
If Kiki is continuing, does it literally just loop all the way back and then she returns back, or is there multiple?
There was, I think, another passageway I could go, so I think I was going to try that one next.
Okay. If you wanted to keep going forward, then, if you back up to the intersection.
Yeah, and then I tried.
And it'll continue to kind of curve to your right, and about as far from the last intersection, from the one before it, you would find a third intersection.
Okay. So there's one for each door.
A passage to your left, and the continuation of this curving path ahead of you.
I'll take the other one.
to your left or forward?
I'll go. So if I was like going in it the first time, there was a pathway from the left, center, right.
So you started in the west hallway. You went straight, right? And then you turned left, so you would have been going this way. And then you hit an intersection, and you went left, so you went up north, right? Hit a dead end, heard Barnaby
Oh,
overhead,
I'll
backed
go
up,
left again.
and went
Sorry.
around. So you take another left. Okay. And again, you would go about 30 feet before you hit a dead end. Nothing on your left, nothing on your right, nothing ahead of you.
Hello?
Hello?
Do any of the like walls push in there or something?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you're not feeling any give to your left or right. If you start pushing though, I do think at this dead end you would feel some give at your behind you on your back, like above you. Like the ceiling of this tunnel kind of gives.
All right, I'll give it a good little push.
All right, so you just kind of start you basically just straighten up, and on these very rusty hinges, this slab of stone kind of swings upward, and you are currently standing in the eastern hallway of this chamber, about 10 feet from the double doors that you and Jade used to escape this place the first time. And you can see across the length of the chamber, Noelle is standing in the western hallway with her drift globe next to the open hatch that you entered.
I hate this.
So that's how they got through when they were building it, I guess. Terrifying.
Makes sense.
I hate it.
We basically just found shortcuts for the people who made this.
Those would have been really nice to know a day ago.
Yes.
No kidding.
I found this
Can
button.
You found a button?
Yeah.
Push it.
We detected traps in here, right?
Yeah.
She's just like, I feel like a ground mole just like poking
It's
up.
it's the smasher trap from Lethal Company.
Yes,
It
that's
just
what I'm thinking of.
immediately crushes Noelle.
Someone get a body.
Push, and you feel the wall shift under your weight as you press into it. It depresses almost like a foot backwards, and then you feel it kind of settle almost as if like on a rail, and kind of starts to slide under your hands, kind of to the left and right.
Anything on the walls to the left and right outside of this space that would indicate there's like a end point or something?
It's like not even a 5 foot. It's probably like a 3 foot wide panel of this stone that pushed in, and it's probably about like 4 feet high.
Okay.
It just like pushed in and like settled onto what feels like a railing that's like sliding to the left and right now. It's about a foot depressed into the wall.
So if I pull my hands out of the thing and look on the wall, is there any indication of anything? Like an arrow or an X on the wall that would indicate it needs to go over here, it needs to be pushed on the track to this direction?
I'll say give me an investigation check.
I'm rolling good for these. 25.
Okay. You don't see any markings on the wall necessarily, but looking around, we'll say the base of this now depressed panel, you can definitely see some scuff marks along the left side of this frame, the door frame, that's kind of been formed here.
Sure, I'll press it off to the left then.
And it just kind of slides, kind of gratingly, into a slot in the wall. And you find yourself looking into a new chamber.
Oh.
Definitely smaller than the one you just left. It's probably about 30 feet wide, left to right as you're looking at it, and maybe 40 feet across to the far wall. You can see along the right wall as you're looking at it, about 25 feet along it, there is a wooden door. kind of just a ramshackle, like almost petrified looking wood door hanging in a frame. And between you and that door, there's a gulf of darkness as a 20-foot wide chasm cuts diagonally across the center of this chamber.
Okay. I think I found the next room.
Let me see if I can find it in this tunnel. And she'll go back into the tunnel and start crawling around some more.
Oh, you can always try the left-hand method, I think. Are you sure that's right? Yeah, you can probably try the left-hand method.
I think it's just spokes, guys. I think it's just a circle with 3 spokes.
Yeah, I mean, if you do the full loop, Kiki, I mean, you would find that there is a turnoff basically in every quadrant, the north, east, west, and south of the large circular chamber. And about 30 feet from that turnoff, there is a latch that opens up and lets you back out into the main chamber.
Well,
And that's as far as they go.
the north, and
That's
the
as
south?
far. That's as far as it goes. There are no additional turnoffs.
Well, these are pointless. She'll crails out of them.
I mean, we could
Fucking
probably
slam the
ignore
door
them.
down.
Yeah. Basically.
Ignore
Damn,
them.
things would have been good to know about yesterday.
Oh, fun.
Well, there is a direction to go. Could I float the drift globe in with the mage hand to look without even entering myself? I want to see if the chasm, like, lights up or if it's magically dark.
It catches light naturally. There's no magical darkness there. It is just deep and dark. You know, even in the darkness of this space without light.
I think I
Would
would
you
also...
approach the chasm?
Probably not yet. I would also yell in there and be like, "Hello? Anyone hiding in here?"
Hello? Hello? Just an echo.
I think the other guy died.
Leon?
Yeah.
Did he have
Or
anything
like-
on him? We could try searching for him.
Wait, why do you think he's dead?
Does it look like this door was opened? Before us?
This hidden door that you
Yeah.
are coming over to look at. I would say make another investigation check. Search for more clues. Do it.
19.
19. You would see this chamber is almost dustier than the ones before it. This place does not look like it's seen much use in a very long time. And 2 things would catch your eye. There are a couple of boot prints in the dust on this side of
The door.
the door.
Okay.
On the, like, past the door, right?
Oh, past the door? Okay.
Yeah, like in the chamber. Heading towards this chasm. And I'd say with that check, you can kind of see these prints are spaced pretty wide apart, as if they were running.
Creepy.
Well, we were getting chased by zombies, so I mean, probably running from zombies.
You can also see a small pair of reptilian footprints walking away from the chasm.
I look over to Burberry.
I was about to say, do these footprints match mine?
Were you in here before?
Burberry's just like, what you looking at? Just pops up. Yeah, you look at the footprints, Burberry. They are very comparably sized to your own. If a little bit smaller, and honestly, their toes are kind of weird and fat. But they're mostly similar.
It's a little judgmental.
I mean, it's a genuinely weird proportion looking at Burberry's, like, pretty naturalistically shaped dragon feet. These have like weird toes.
I know my feet are a little small. There's no need to point it out.
I didn't say anything.
I could feel it.
Well, we've already found traps within 120 feet of this space, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll crawl through.
Do you step into the chamber?
Is it a door?
Yeah, it's like a 4-foot high door, about
Oh.
3 feet wide.
Okay, I guess I'll...
So you just kind of have to duck in to get into it.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll step in.
Okay. So.
I think I'll start... I'll be a little paranoid. I'm gonna kind of kneel down a little bit lower and head up to the chasm. I got a little stealth. How about we'll call it a stealth check?
Okay.
And I do want to have my drift globe in my hand so I can kind of like peer over the edge when I get close.
Okay. You're stealthing with the light on?
Yeah, more of an audio stealth than a visual one. I just want to see what's in the chasm.
Okay, then go ahead and make a stealth check.
Okay, well, that one. Bound to happen eventually.
Well, not your most graceful crawl, but maybe a little nervous. You kind of hold your drift globe out, kind of poke it a little bit so it's kind of hovering in the air, and you just kind of lean and look down. And you see this crack in the earth, which extends, again, from one corner of the chamber to the other. Descends a decent distance. Far enough that the drift globe's light doesn't reach the bottom. There is definitely like a gap of darkness that is still imperceptible to your eyes.
I'll turn the...
I think Kiki looking at it with dark vision,
Oh.
since she apparently has that.
Oh, hey, Kiki.
Hello.
You would see the bottom is probably about 20 feet beyond the reach of the drift globe's light. A little under 100 feet in total to the bottom. I'd say with your passive perception, just looking down, you don't see any bodies down there.
Can I try to use message and see if I can try to talk to Leon, right? Is that his name?
It was Leon and the other woman was
Yowen?
Yowen.
Yowen?
Is there one set of tracks or two set of?
2 sets of like boot tracks leading towards the
Okay.
chasm. One smaller than the other, and then there is a small set of dragon-esque feet leading away from the chasm.
I will.
The boot tracks look like they were running.
I will jump across this chasm to get to the other side because I'm guessing that's what they did.
You're gonna jump?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait,
What
before I do this, I can probably make this jump, right?
What is your jump distance? It should say on your character sheet. Front page.
Long jump is 12 feet.
Okay. I would require an athletics check to get further than that then. And you're looking at about a 20-foot jump.
Barnaby can fly, Kiki.
Bring it.
He can just carry you.
Bring it.
Kiki's like, fuck it, I'll get
I'll get this. 17.
17.
You make it 17 feet.
God, I want to say that.
No, don't make me responsible for this.
15's enough. You can roll yourself across this gap. You probably have to catch yourself like on your waist against the edge, like oof, hitting the rock and like pulling yourself up onto the stone. But you make the jump.
I feel like when that happens, you just hear her like muttering to herself. She's just like fucking underground bullshit, cave shit. I don't want to be in my fucking boat.
Barnaby's just gonna silently hover over the pit.
Hey, Barnaby, can you carry me?
Hop on.
Do I see the tracks still?
I'd say, yeah, you would see a couple boot prints. Not many. Like I said, it's like intermittent dust. It's not great for tracking necessarily, but you do see evidence that there was a couple boot prints on this side of the ravine.
I'm just gonna be
Heading
following
for the door.
footprints, I guess.
Okay.
Presumably.
I'll say they lead you to a wooden door
I
set in
will
the wall.
go to the door. I don't see blood by this door, do I?
You do not see blood.
Cool, I'm gonna open the door.
Okay. So you open the door. You can see up ahead there is another chamber. And you immediately pick up movement in that chamber from several entities.
Zombies.
Two good friends.
Definitely not zombies. These are bigger.
I'm going to.
What was that?
I'm gonna try to hide.
Was Leon a particularly
Hunkering
big
down.
halfling?
All right. So stealth check for Kiki as she's advancing into this chamber.
Yep. $28.
28. Okay. So you advance, the 10 feet out of this little passageway, past the door, kind of to the threshold of the next chamber, and looking in. This place is in pretty rough shape. You're looking at a relatively large space. It's about 50 feet across and probably 80 feet long to the other end. You can see several passages branching off to the left and right. You count probably 6 or 7 in total. There's one immediately to your left, one immediately to your right. There's a couple more past that, and then a couple more beyond them. Both on the left and right walls. This room contains a lot of broken stone furnishings. You see what looks like portions of shelves that are still standing next to the kind of the crumbled remains of their other half. You see what looks like a table that's been very badly split in two and is now just kind of sitting lopsided on the ground. Cabinetry of a kind. Something that might have been some kind of bunk bed. But all of it's in shambles. There's broken stone all over the floor here, and there's tossed dirt, earth, as well, in mounds around this chamber. And strewn about the chamber, just kind of lounging or maybe half sleeping, there are these large hulking shapes, vaguely humanoid creatures with thick arms and legs. They have these large, glossy carapaces on their backs. It's wiry hair growing out of their heads. And these very thick, sharp-looking pincers extending out from their jaws. Definitely insectoid. Taller than the half-orc that's journeying with you guys. Big creatures. Right?
Alright.
And it's hard to get a good look at one because they've either got their back to you or they're just kind of, laying around the room. But you would count 4 limbs that seem to end in these sort of like long, sharp claws.
Oh, we don't like that.
How many of these is she hearing or seeing?
She would be seeing. Doop 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 doop. 5 of them.
That's 20 limbs.
Okay. Do I see blood? Or bodies in this room?
I'll say give me a perception check.
22.
22. You do see blood. And you see bones protruding from moldering carcasses strewn about the chamber.
Not to sound like super morbid, but oh, thank.
Small reptilian skulls, delicate rib bones, tiny claws. There's a lot of bones lying around in here. But nothing that looks like Leon or Yoan.
Okay. But they came through here?
That's where the footprints led.
Okay.
You would know Yoan was magically inclined, and Leon shared your disposition for moving quietly. It's not impossible.
I mean, I think she'd leave the chamber and be like, we can keep going this way.
Back up.
Yeah. And
Quietly closes the door.
she can just be like, I can cast Pass Without a Trace and we can try to sneak past them.
Burberry pulls out a notebook and starts scratching, like, through a sentence.
Who knows what I am? You'll never know.
I mean, you just said I could cast Pass Without a Trace.
Maybe I'm a druid.
The word.
Another one.
It's just a Lauren in disguise.
Yeah. Yeah. Surprise, motherfuckers.
It's a Lauren, but she took half her levels in Rogue.
Okay. I assume the update is that she backed out of the room.
Yes. I backed out of the room and pitched.
She backed out of the room and is now suggesting we could pass without trace.
And sneak around them.
I'd say generally we're pretty sneaky. Save for Barnaby. But we can mitigate
What? No.
that. I'm whispering. Stage whisper. Did Kiki see the blood? Like, did they see the dead companions in there or no?
No.
Okay.
It was like dead
that's good.
reptilians and stuff.
Maybe they're still alive. Roiling.
Certainly seems possible. Yeah, we could try to sneak by. I'm a little worried that we're gonna step on a trap or something.
When I was in that room, I saw their footprints, right? So technically, we could just follow the path.
Well, you saw their footprints leading to the door here. You didn't see footprints in that room. But you did see like a ton of bones and dirt all over the place. I think you could probably surmise that these things in here probably move relatively regularly and just kind of scatter their shit everywhere. If they're not in there, the track is probably covered in that chamber just by these things' movements.
Well, presumably, if we get everybody shuttled over with Barnaby, we could pass without a trace everybody, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was gonna say. Is just pass without a trace and go through the room.
It's probably the safest way to start this.
Okay.
Is Joanna gonna come, or is she gonna wait by the stairs or something?
Joanna is still in the main room, like poking at the murals.
Okay.
I think Jade would probably kind of approach the edge of the chasm at this point to try and talk with you. I don't think she followed necessarily immediately.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
But she's kind of like, are we wanting to press further in?
Kiki says there's monsters in the next room, but we can maybe sneak by them with some magic.
Zombies?
Giant bugs. Right.
It
Gross.
might be a good idea if you hung out with your employer, though. She seems a little bit hyper-focused.
You're not wrong. Are you sure you'll be okay without me? She's got kind of a coy smile on her as she says this. Noelle, like, I don't know why I'm asking.
However you want to do it, Jade. I'd be happy to have you join us. But I understand if you want to stay guard here.
It would probably be irresponsible to leave her alone. I think it would be more irresponsible to bring her with us, though.
I 100% agree about that.
So, keep me posted, okay?
Okay.
She'll head back to the main chamber. She's going to hang out with Joanna.
Gah, you guys are disgusting.
Excuse me?
In the best way possible.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's our group, just our group.
Just your group.
Okay.
Yeah, just the party. And Zhang's legs if you want to take them.
We'll probably let them deal with that.
Yeah, I can.
They probably haven't touched them.
Nobody will.
Alright, so what's the play here? What are we doing?
I think it's Kiki's plan. We'll give it a shot.
Alright. So pass without a
I'm gonna
trace.
shoot.
No, Barnaby, no. I will give Barnaby bardic inspiration for this next
smart.
part.
Okay.
You can roll a d10 and add it to your roll.
I'm going to.
Please do.
I will ask the party to make a stealth check and add +10 for pass without trace.
Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
36 for John.
Jesus.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm going to
wish
use
I
my
was-
inspiration.
What?
I rolled a 2 and a 2, which does bring me to a 20.
Holy shit.
I rolled.
I got.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
What'd you get?
No, I'm gonna wait for Burberry.
I rolled a 9, so that brings me to a 24.
These are not terrible rolls.
These are not bad rolls, guys.
40.
It's less than 10.
40 again? Where-
17
where-
plus 13 plus 10.
Where did Kiki go?
Fucking rogues, man.
She's
I feel like she was like, we're supposed to be following her, but I can't see her.
She just left.
I'm right next to you.
Oh, Jesus.
Kiki, are you an arcade trickster? Because arcade trickster's the best.
No, that's my Wednesday character.
Do I re-roll Bardic Inspiration on Inspiration, or is it just the D20?
Probably just the d20. I think
All right.
I think inspiration is just re-roll your d20 roll.
So that makes it a 24.
That's what I.
8
Oh,
plus 1 plus 5 plus 10.
Fucking 40. I got 2 40s this session. What the
Yeah, that's. I mean,
That's buku.
that's crazy.
I have like a plus 13. Oh, I have advantage in stealth too. That wasn't even with advantage. Let's see.
Oh, I also have advantage in stealth, I forgot. Oh.
Oh, it's one less. 39 with it, if I took advantage. 16 and a 17.
Constantly forget about that.
Oh my god, baby. You're so cute. My little chunky. Oh, little paws. So sleepy. Oh, you're so cute. Let me take a picture of you.
Kiki, be quiet.
Okay. So I've heard a 40, I've heard a 24, I've heard a 36. What were the other ones? It was
20. Just a straight 20 for Noah.
straight 20 for Noel. And Barnaby, what was Barnaby's?
1 of 4.
24. Okay. So good. Okay.
Good enough. Hopefully.
So you guys follow Kiki into this chamber, moving as carefully and as quietly as you have ever attempted to move. You step inside, and Kiki, like, you can already tell this is going to be a bitch of a room to cross. There is loose dirt, there is gravel, there are tiny bones everywhere. This tomb is just one bullshit after another. But you take a deep, silent breath and slowly begin to guide the party around the perimeter of the room. These creatures mostly have their backs to this passage. They're sort of congregated around a relatively more concentrated pile of carcasses in sort of the northwest corner of the room. It seems to be where they just kind of pile their hunt, right? And they're mostly just kind of chilling. But as you begin to move through this chamber, there's definitely an uptick in what seems like their agitation. You see one of them kind of straighten up as you begin to kind of creep along the back wall, and you see it kind of like turn to the others, like cock its head and kind of like tapping its shoulder and swiping at it, clicking and clacking its jaws. The one next to it responds in kind, kind of shoves it back, almost irritated that it would insinuate anything of the kind, right? And you almost see like an argument kind of break out between some of them here as you begin to move. But with those rolls, they are not turning to face you, and you are able to move, it would seem, without being noticed. So, first up, as you near... Well, here's a question. Which way are you going? Are you going along the south wall or the north wall? Right now they kind of have their backs to you facing the northwest corner.
South wall?
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the first passage that you would pass along the south wall, you would see a 10-foot wide hallway kind of opens up and extends about 10 feet before it opens up to a small squarish chamber. And on the far side of that chamber, there is... Where did I put it? Damn it, I had a piece of paper here with a door. What kind of door was it? I think it was another wooden door. You would see a wooden door on the far wall of that small chamber.
Okay.
I would say looking at the north wall of this chamber, you would see kind of a dingy, dirty looking funnel cut through the stone, like dug. Likely by the claws on these creatures. That just kind of winds its way into the dark.
Okay. I think we
So what do we think?
probably keep going just to see what's on the far end of this room while we're being sneaky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continuing forward. The passages in the south and north wall that you pass seem to be more of these earthen tunnels, kind of cut through the stone by these creatures. And as you reach the far side of the room, you can see one more earthen tunnel on the north wall, and on the south wall, a hallway of shaped stone that extends south for about 20 feet before it looks like it takes a hard right.
Do I see any of the footprints?
I'll say give me a perception check.
22. Dude, I keep rolling 10s.
So you don't see a footprint, but you do see what looks like a dusty handprint on some of the stonework in this hallway. Small. Child-sized.
Because one of them
Or halfling
right?
sized.
Okay. I'll kind of point this, like, to that way, where I see the handprint.
Okay.
That would be on the far end.
Maybe send a message to Noel.
So I will say, for reference, what you're looking at here is something like this.
When you say earthen tunnel, you mean like a dugout thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
like it's been carved by...
Probably by the bug creatures.
Yeah. So this is sort of the space that you're looking at here. Another picture. So you would be heading towards that bent tunnel along the south wall there.
Okay.
And following that, going around the bend, you'd see a pair of wooden doors. Heavy-duty wooden doors, reinforced with an iron frame, closed at the end of the hallway.
Does it have handles?
It does not.
Doesn't have a handle. It has to be a push door. No.
We walk up and it's just like a Walmart door. Just
Does it have any kind of plate or indication?
For a side note, that would be like a really cool spell.
just pull doors apart.
Yeah, but only when somebody walks up.
Oh, motion activated doors.
I
Good magic.
love that my ideas for the bank.
What'd you ask, John?
Well, so I was asking if there was anything on the doors that indicated like a place to push or like some kind of locking mechanism or anything like that.
You don't necessarily see locking mechanisms. I would say that you'd see a couple of pretty heavy-duty, like, metal bolts in the middle of both doors. But it looks like they're sort of, like, punching through to fasten to something on the other side.
So it looks like it might be locked on the other side.
Maybe.
Here's a question. Do these bug monsters have eyes?
You didn't get a good look at any of their faces. They all more or less had their backs to you guys. But you could definitely see when they turned their heads, they had these very large mandibles that, you know, extended out from their faces. And that clacked together very violently when they kind of spoke to each other, it sounded like.
Is there something that would be covering where eyes would be?
No.
Because I could see their face and mandibles, but not whether they have eyes or not.
Well, again, they probably do have eyes. You're just not getting like a good look at the eyes.
Okay.
It's just like they're turning to face each other. You're looking at them in profile, and you're seeing the big mandibles like kind of just sticking out of the face.
Okay. I guess we take a look around for investigate or perceive whether there's any kind of traps in this room. Silently.
Sure.
Kind of,
If anyone wants to poke around.
I'll poke around.
Poke, poke, poke. Nat 20!
Oh, thank God, because I rolled
Hey.
17.
You said investigation? So that's
Yes.
22.
22. I mean, you're looking at the floor, looking at the walls, you're giving the doors a once over. You're not really seeing anything too sketchy. No panels, no sockets in the walls, no sliding stone, no pressure plates.
Are the doors close enough together that we can't even see? Like, if there's no gap?
There's probably like a very faint gap. But, I mean, it's dark as shit on the other side.
Here's a fun thought. Let me double check the wording on this spell. Sorry, a second. Okay, can I make like... Okay, yeah, it looks like I could. So I think what I'd want to do is like go up to the door, start at the bottom of it, peeking through the crack,
Mhm.
and I'll use prestidigitation to just make like a little light source on the other side, like a little, I don't know, it says sparks or a flame, and I'll just kind of carry it up with me and see if there's like locking mechanisms holding these doors shut.
Okay. So you go up the length of the gap in the door with the light kind of conjured on the other side of it, and you can see the light the entire way up. There does not seem to be anything crossing that far side of the door.
Looks like this could be opened.
They're like kicking it, but I wonder if my stealth would withstand it.
Probably reveal us. You could
Well, no,
try.
I got a 30 set.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we can just do whatever we want.
Yeah, when you make attacks, you do reveal your location.
You could very quietly try to pull it open, since you are strong, and it's a big heavy door.
I thought there wasn't any handles.
No, but there is a gap enough that maybe you could put your fingers through it and pull. Or push, or whatever it needs.
I'll get it out. Can John attempt to open the doors?
I'll back away 10 feet.
Are you pulling or pushing?
Let's try pushing first.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, then I'll pull.
So you push the doors, and they begin to swing open.
Oh, well, that was... I think we overthought stuff.
We tend to do that.
And then, boom, you'll explode. No. You push the doors open, and you see, in the light of the drift globe...
Probably still don't have that on, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's true. The drift globe is not on.
Or it's in my bag holding right now.
You would see, those of you with dark vision, a shift in the earth as you kind of progress out from this tunnel. You go from sort of like smoothed flagstone to what almost feels like kind of a spongy soil-like substance. And growing out of it are just an absolute fuck ton of mushrooms. And these things are ranging from small enough to cut up for a salad to big enough that you could probably chop it down and build a house out of, 100 of them.
Shop now and save 15%.
It is a forest of mushrooms on the other side of this door. And it extends far enough that you can't see the far side of the chamber. It just goes dark, right? At the limits of your vision. For those of you without dark vision, you are staring into a pitch black void that you have been looking at for most of this little stealth trip.
It smells like dirt in here. Could we
It's very musty smelling.
close the doors?
pull them back into place.
Okay, now I'll turn the drift globe on.
Oh, you're inside the cave now?
Presumably we all went in
Okay, so stepping into the mushroom
Kingdom.
cave, close the door, turn on the drift globe, and yes, you can see bright yellow fan mushrooms, these brilliant red toadstools that tower overhead, probably a good 20 feet.
Jesus.
Um,
So what you're telling me is there's no awesome light blue bioluminescent mushrooms lighting the space?
say, as you turn on your drift globe, after a few moments, you would see a handful of spots around the room that kind of start to give off a very dim bluish light. Almost as if in reaction to the presence of another light source.
Presumably this is a big enough room that the 20 feet of light and then the 20 feet of dimness does not even get to the other end of it. I think that's what light does, 20 feet.
I'd say you can just barely make out the far wall at that distance. It's a pretty wide chamber. I'd say where you're standing as you kind of step out into this chamber properly, kind of out of the hallway, right, from the door. You guys are still kind of hugging a cavern wall on your left side. The chamber seems to open up primarily to your north. It just kind of stretches out into the north and keeps going, God knows how far. With this light, right, you can see directly across, you can see it's probably a good 80 to 100 feet, to the far side of this chamber. To your left, along the cave wall that you're standing next to, you can see probably a good, halfway across the chamber. There looks like there's an opening in the rock that kind of leads into a side passage leading south.
Okay.
To your north, along the wall that kind of runs in that direction, right? Perpendicular to where you're standing. You can see about probably about 50 or 60 feet away in the dark on the other side of a thicket of these big, tall mushrooms. You can see what looks like the corner, a straight edge, almost like the corner of a structure of some kind, kind of protruding out of the stone.
I feel like we could go check that passage against the wall pretty easily here.
Okay.
Any
So,
signs
creep
of
over.
movement in the room? Just any
Give
of
me a
the
perception check.
mushrooms shifting or anything buried underground?
I'll say give me a perception check.
I rolled a 1.
Nothing's moving in your immediate vicinity that you can
Smells
see.
musty in here. I'm distracted.
Yeah. I will say, as you begin to walk along the wall, you probably do notice, kind of just scattered willy-nilly across the floor of this chamber, there are many very oddly shaped mounds, just kind of overgrown in this web of mycelium, kind of the roots of these mushrooms. And you kind of squint at them, because they definitely have the same sort of silhouette as those tiny dragon carcasses did in the previous chamber. You can see kind of the snout protruding, and the jaw kind of hanging slightly open. You can see what looks like maybe a hand-shaped mushroom kind of next to it. And there's a similar formation, maybe a couple feet away from it. There's several of these within view. 10, 20, 30. There's a lot of these.
Creepy.
Just all over the floor.
Okay.
What type of mushrooms are these?
Which ones? The ones that looks like little dragons?
All of them.
Okay, smartass. They're underground mushrooms that I didn't name. So
Can I eat these mushrooms and get high, or will they poison me?
Probably some of them.
Can we just normal eat these mushrooms and not?
I'll say give me a nature check.
Unnatural 20.
They will all kill you.
So you're not sure about a lot of these big ones.
I want to get high. Right, Steve,
But
you
as
wanna
you
get
look
high?
closer to the ground, you see growing up from these sort of tiny dragon shapes, kind of growing amidst what looks like the rib cage, some very familiar looking, very potent psilocybin laced mushrooms.
Yeah.
Why does the new person sound like a Lauren again?
What?
I said, why does the new person sound like a Lauren again?
She's a pirate. She likes to drink and do drugs. Sue me. She'll just start picking mushrooms and putting it in her bag.
So you just reach through the fucking gooey rib cage of these
Yep.
mushroom-ridden corpses and just start pulling the mushrooms out of them.
So, you said these are all little lizard people?
I mean, they look like lizard people, but they are completely overgrown in like a fungal mass and are just like sprouting mushrooms everywhere from their bodies.
Are they kind of shaped like me?
They're not terribly dissimilar. Or at least you don't imagine your skeleton looks terribly different from this. They definitely don't look recent.
I think I'm just fascinated by the wait. Oh my heavens! Even if they're not recent, they're real.
They are real.
Like, because the only thing that I've seen of anything vaguely resembling was that one passage in a book Noelle found way back when.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
fair.
We might actually find real ones if we keep going. Maybe. I guess I'd go check that side passage on the left wall.
I think you would kind of creep forward, just kind of like ducking under this like wide spanning like yellow, almost like parasol mushroom that's kind of just reaching out from the wall, and coming up to the side passage and looking down it. You see a very ramshackle looking, cobbled together barrier. I mean, it's looks as though it's been put together from a combination of like dried mushroom stalk, some scrap metal, like binding of some sort, like just this like very like thick, massive but shitty gate set probably about 5 feet into this passage, just completely impeding any forward movement.
Are there gaps that could be seen through?
Yes, definitely.
What's on the other side?
You want to poke your head through?
I wouldn't put it that way, but I will look through the
Well,
gaps.
you put your eye up to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you look through it, and you would see a very short span of hallway, probably about 10 feet. And it's less hallway and more just kind of a very rapidly narrowing, cavernous kind of passage that goes from probably about 7 feet wide to squeezing to like 4 feet wide, you know, just kind of funneling. Goes about 10 to 15 feet, and then it looks like there's another one of these garbage doors impeding the tunnel.
Does this passage look like constructed, or is it dug out again?
Looking at the opening in the wall, this definitely doesn't look like a natural stone passage. This looks like it was probably picked apart by tools, like somebody carved it.
Okay. Any footprints around this area?
Perception check.
17.
17? Yeah, definitely. You would see a couple sets of boot prints, honestly, trailing from the double doors you just came through. Kind of meandering a little bit in the midst of this chamber as they kind of get their bearings, and then heading for this garbage door.
Oh, Kiki. I think I found where they went. I'll point those out to her. Could we get over this wall, or would we have to break it down?
It extends all the way up to like the top of the passage. Like it spans the passage. It's a very large barrier in the way. But it looks like the footprints lead past it.
Could I try to send a message to one of them? And see if it gets through the wall to see if they're there. If this is like where they're hiding out until.
Yeah. Who are you gonna send it to?
Let's do the girl.
Okay.
What's her face? Yeah, I'll just be like, "You alive back there?"
Is that it?
It's Kiki.
Okay. Kiki? Oh, thank God. You hear Yowen's voice.
Is Leon with you?
No, Leon has to come back.
Where did he go?
Kiki, we're staying with these things. They've been living down here this entire time.
What?
They're awful.
You're living with them?
Not willingly. They're the least aggressive thing down here, but they're just...
Are you talking about the mushroom people?
No, Kiki. They're like lizards. They're like little lizards.
Are you next to one?
I'm next to several. Please
What?
don't touch me. Ugh.
What? Are you getting busy behind there?
God, no, but there's so many in here. But they won't stop.
Won't stop what?
Getting busy. It's like that's all there is to do down here, and they just don't stop. There's eggs everywhere. You have to get us out of here. I don't know where Leon went, but he went to do a favor for them because they said they would help us if we would clear out some rooms for them, and he hasn't come back. I wasn't going to try my chances with the other room without him, and I just...
Is Leon getting
No,
busy right now,
thank you.
think?
I'm good. Thank you. No. Thank you, please. Please don't. Stop. I'm going over here now.
Can you get out of said room?
Where would I go? There's nowhere to go. This place is hell.
So do you want to stay with your little companions?
No, I mean, fuck. Where are you guys?
I'm literally on the other side of a wall from you. And she'll bang on the wall.
There's like fucking 6 of those things in between you and me.
How did they get over there?
I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be... Fuck it. After a few minutes, you hear some rummaging and grunting. And through the cracks in this barrier, you can see the one on the far side of that short little span of tunnel shift and kind of swing outwards, and kind of squeezing through the tunnel, looking very frazzled. This dark-skinned, kind of blonde-haired, elvish woman steps into view, and you recognize her immediately, Kiki. This is Yoan. She's still clutching her staff, although her pack is not on her at this point. And she, as she approaches the gate, looks at you all and just, oh, thank God you brought help. Holy shit. And she'll start kind of like undoing latches on the backside of this gate, and then start pushing it forward. Holy shit.
Glad you're all right.
Yeah, me too. Hi, Yoan.
Noel, this is...
Treasure hunter, I guess.
I take it there's no threats in this room?
Well, they said at the far end of the forest there's a hive of some kind of awful bug thing, and I mean, there was the things in the old living chamber. You guys saw them, right? The big hulking things?
Yeah, we had to sneak by them.
Yeah, nah, I mean, thank God Leon knew what he was doing, because I wouldn't have made it without him. But now he's missing, and I'm just like... Holy shit. Is Joanna okay?
Yeah, she's nerding out in the main chamber and Jade's watching her.
Oh, good, Jade's okay too. What about Zhang? Oh.
Not so good.
Not so great.
Do you guys know any friends or family of his?
Nope.
Yeah, me neither. Oh well.
So what favor was Leon doing, or?
They said they'd help us get out if we would clear out some of their old chambers for them, I guess,
Like
over
clear
the
out,
years.
like, and kill things clear out?
Yeah, they said spiders had moved into their bathroom and they
Oh,
wanted them
fuck
out.
that. No, I refuse.
Well,
I've had enough spider caves in my life. Don't you dare.
well, Leon went to help and he hasn't come back, so...
Like spiders. I don't like caves.
I don't like caves either.
I'm with both of you. We can get you to safety, Yoan.
Can you?
I think so. We'd have to sneak back the way we came. But that's not far
I
from the
almost
main chamber.
feel like it'd be better to stay here. Those things aren't dead yet, are they?
No.
I mean, we managed to make it one way. No reason we couldn't make it back the other.
I know, I just...
You really want to stick with the... Wait. I didn't know that.
Really want to
What-
stick with the horny lizards?
I mean, no, fuck no, I don't. They're awful, and they just... Ugh.
Wait, horny lizards?
Yeah, there's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 dozen of them, and
They just don't stop.
I want to go look.
I was gonna
I
say,
wanna go
I will
look.
go over
I want to go look. Ugh.
you really don't.
I think they might actually want to.
I'm pretty sure they're all related. Like, they have to be. There's nobody else down here. It's... Do you ever see that play, Deliverance?
I have so many questions, though.
It's a lot like that.
We should go talk to them. I'm trying to find a way to justify this, cat.
Oh no! It's fine. There's a problem that's happening, which is Barry has the legs today.
Well, if you
so
got...
Burr wants to go, but Barry's refusing to move.
Well, I think if you... Oh, wait. Kiki doesn't know this. Damn
Kiki
it.
doesn't know shit about that, yeah.
I know. I feel like Lauren would be like, well, you could go give their gene pool a boost. Or some
Do
shit.
this.
Well, no. That's why Burr wants to go.
Inject
Oh,
some new
God.
blood into the gene pool.
Now I don't want to go. Do
the Lord, I'd say
wait.
it.
Yoan, do they speak common?
No.
Draconic?
I think it's Draconic. I picked up a handful of words here and there that Joanna taught us, but
Is it sex? They're like, fuck me.
Well, I'm going one way or other.
Then,
no.
like, Burberry very slowly starts walking in the direction.
Dragging himself towards the gate.
I should probably keep an eye on them.
So curious what
speak
the fuck's
Draconic.
going on over here. I also speak Draconic, and I want to hear what happens. Kiki follows.
No, Kiki, you should stay over there. It's gonna get weird.
And I
no.
want to see it. So I'm coming with you.
Oh, but it won't get weird if you have. Fine.
Fine. I'll stay.
Yes!
I'll give you
She's
updates,
gonna do
Kiki.
a stealth check.
Kiki's gonna follow at a distance.
Yeah. Eight plus 13.
It's fine. Burberry doesn't notice shit.
Burberry seems distracted.
Wow, my brain just dies.
8 plus 13?
31?
Yeah. No.
21.
21.
Oh, 8
Yeah,
plus
no.
13, sorry, not 18.
Burberry rolled a 6. There's no way.
Sure.
Oh, for finding
Yeah.
me.
So
Yeah.
it sounds like Burberry and Noelle are pushing past Yoan towards the tunnels. And Kiki gives them a good head start before she quietly follows.
Yeah, I feel like she goes to Jan, she's like, I'll be back. I just want to see what the fuck's about to happen, because I feel like it's going to be very, very interesting.
You're gonna regret it.
Oh, wait, do I still have Pass Without a Trace on right now?
Yeah.
31.
I mean, I already didn't notice you. Now I
That's
just don't
okay.
notice you
Now
more.
no one notices me.
Yoan's just gonna look to Barnaby and John like, are they for real right now?
We just have to see it.
Are you guys going with them? We'll wait for their answer. But yeah, you guys creep down the tunnel, and true to Yoan's word, I mean, there are several of these roadblocks in the way. Yoan would probably warn you, don't take any turns. Just follow the main cave, and as you would go, you would see there was one turn off to your right, and then past another barrier, there's another off to your left. And eventually, as you kind of pass through another barrier, you see another one up ahead of you. You, for the first time since you've come down here, see light kind of filtering through the slats in this door. And you can hear some noises coming from that chamber.
Burberry stops.
It is not endearing. It's a lot of yowling and cackling and yipping and scurrying about. Sounds very wet.
Yeah, Burberry stops.
There's definitely a lot of movement in that room.
Oh, come on! I really don't want to, but they're doing things! Yes, I'm aware that they're doing things, but I do not want to do things. Oh, but they're like us! That's not the problem.
Well, Kiki knows everything now.
Yeah, she's like, is that two voices coming from Burberry?
What the
Like,
fuck?
What the fuck?
I tried to perceive it. Whatever. Anyway.
But we haven't been able to. I know we haven't been able to, but I want to!
Are there holes in the door I can peek through? See what's going on in there?
Yeah, sure.
What's
really
going on in
hope-
there?
Well, what you see in this room, true to Yoan's description,
This is what you hear.
it's a lot of
I
that.
wish your mic picked that up.
There are definitely several dozen small, punched, bipedal, lizard-looking type people, draconic-esque in their builds, scurrying about this chamber. There are like bedrolls strewn all over the place. There's a couple of fires stoked in fire circles in the center of this chamber. And it looks like the smoke is like funneling out of these fairly narrow little chimneys that have been dug overhead in the ceiling of this chamber. There are jars and makeshift grates made out of either cut rock or clay, it seems like, or like hollowed out and dried mushroom bits. Most of it is just filled with food. It looks like various kinds of fungus that have been sorted and resorted and kind of parceled out around the chamber.
Do they look like kobolds? Just to confirm it.
They're definitely not the best representative of a kobold you've ever seen as you watch.
I mean, they have been horribly inbred.
These things have very shortened snouts, kind of bulging eyes.
Pug kobolds.
Very stubby necks and like misshapen, like bow-legged feet. Awkward hunches. Many of them with tongues kind of lolling out the sides of their mouths. Just snaggle teeth kind of shooting in every direction out of their jaws. And yeah, true to Yoan's description, while there are some that are eating, some that are napping, and some that are otherwise amusing themselves, there's a lot of boning happening in this room. And it does not seem like they are terribly discriminative about who or how many are involved in any given incident.
Burberry, I don't know what counts as hot in the kobold world, but I don't think anything in there does.
Is it like, is it at least maybe a 6?
I'll use prestidigitation, just make an illusion of one of their faces. It's like this. I don't know what that roll was for.
Burberry.
Poor pent-up Burberry.
This is a standards roll.
No, this is on a scale of 1 to 20, how desperate is Burberry?
I knew it. I knew it was the desperation roll.
Well, first you rolled a 10, which wasn't helpful.
You would be the belle of the ball.
They would you.
Both of them.
No, I'm not going in there. I want to go in there. No, no. But
See, if you just told Lauren would have fucked you, man. Lauren doesn't discriminate. Sorry, Kat.
No, it's fine. To the voices in the sky, I believe the term is what is it? Don't shit where you eat.
Oh,
Fair
they do
enough.
that.
There's a special room for that. Please tell me Burberry's gonna go in there and just bone everybody, everything that moves.
Alright. I can't believe I'm doing this. Well, actually, I can't believe I'm doing this. We're rolling against myself.
I'm tremendously fascinated with what's about to happen.
Okay. Gray dice is Burr. Brown dice is Barry.
I feel like Burr should roll with advantage because he seems the most into it. And Barry with disadvantage because he doesn't want to.
Definitely leans things one way.
Okay. So for your knowledge, The gray dice has been the dice I've been using all night. You know, the one that hasn't been rolling too hot. Well, I decided it's into this. Because Barry got a 12 and Burr got a net 20.
Oh my god. That is just the dice telling a story right there.
Like, Barry's just like, he sees how into Burr is into it, and he's just like, okay. Fine.
Or Burr hops off the top. He's done with it, and he just drags Barry in, tangled in the robes.
No, I think it starts off as like what would be considered a discussion, but it's like a discussion where somebody is running by facts and the other person is solely running by feelings, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, there's no like collaboration.
Yeah.
There's no dissuading this man.
It's the equivalent of,
Well, no, but if we do that, we might be messing with their gene pool. But consider yes.
just over and over again.
Honestly, from what the other lady said, you're doing them a favor by adding your gene pool to the mix. Because they're all cousins.
Oh, okay, all right. I have two rules. There's two things. Okay, what you got? Okay, one, I am not participating. I'll be by the door. You stay inside. Okay, all right, that's one. And two, please make sure they don't have any, like, I don't know, syphilis?
Weird.
They have
Tomb
mushrooms
servant
growing off
STDs.
themselves. They have mushroom STDs.
Because I don't want... And, of course! What do you think I am, an idiot? I mean...
Wait, can't you
don't
just
answer that.
use magic to cure yourself? They do?
You could cure them too.
Yeah, you could cure them! You could be the good Berg and just go around and be like, no more STD. No more STD.
I don't know how many castings have used that spell you think I have, but I can tell you it's not X number dozen.
Okay.
Burr lives there for 2 weeks and cures.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a favor. Please stay out here. I don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah,
I'm scared.
I'm gonna back up.
Cool.
Good luck, Burberry. Please message if there's a problem. I will close my eyes and run in to help.
And you know that like the whenever you tell a kid to do something and they really don't want to do it, so they like make the walk between point A and point B as long as possible. That is what follows.
As Burr is approaching, I think Noel will just be like, Burr, remember to have fun. Thumbs up.
I'm gonna say this
Back it
much.
up.
Wait, does Kiki see them like dismount into two different people?
No, they go in as one person.
All right. So Burberry, you like push your way into the door, and almost immediately as you step into view, there's definitely like a flurry of, like kind of panicked movement in your immediate vicinity as the kobolds nearest at hand, very rapidly kind of like untangle themselves and kind of back up, like pointing at you. And you see this kind of like spread across the cavern, like all the way to the back chamber, as every one of them slowly becomes aware that you have entered the chamber.
So Burr just takes off the mask, like off it go.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a very like surprised and run the fast, a garbled, just mangled dialect of Draconic, as so many hands shakily begin pointing up at you.
Noel realizes she's still in earshot, so she's gonna back up further.
You are friends with the other girl.
Oh, Kiki has moved towards the door.
So Kiki like bumps into Noelle.
I feel like we just bump into each other. Kiki, what are you doing?
Kiki's like, excuse me.
I have to see how it happens.
You don't.
I do. She opens the door.
I keep backing up.
Wait, you're not gonna warn me?
Oh, I mean, I'm still, 30 feet out or whatever.
You have message.
Oh, I'm not gonna worry about Kiki. You seem like you're busy.
Kiki. Ah!
There's definitely like a smattering of like frantic, excited questioning from many of them, and again, like the language is such a garbled mess of ancient Draconic. It barely even resembles a language anymore. But you pick up enough to kind of parse. They're asking like, "Are you friends with the others? Are you new? Have you come to join us to deliver us?"
Hold on a sec, I need to catch my breath.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Underneath that, there is definitely a smattering of, "Oh yes, oh handsome,
Your nose is so
handsome he
long."
is."
Damn it! I just got myself together. What?
I like how these are just like Smeagol fucking kobolds.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll start. The door's closed, right?
Yeah. Kiki's quietly watching through the cracks in the door, but it's closed.
Okay. Doors. All right. I'm gonna dismount.
All right.
And you're
In a
gonna
non-sexy way.
other pit.
The non-sexy way.
Sure.
And then say,
Okay, one of us is the down to fuck. If I have any non-horny people, if you want to talk to me.
They just all begin to kind of walk towards you.
No. Non-horny.
They're just pulling clothes off at this point. Like it's very quickly devolving.
no. Barry's having none of this. Burr's down, Barry's out.
Cool. Barry, if he wants to back out, can back out the door.
Oh no, he's staying. Well, he's staying inside
He's
because
gonna
he's not
go sit
going out
by
there
the
by
door, I think.
himself.
He's staying inside. Okay.
But if it's gonna come to that, he's gonna give Burr a fucking high five and do freaking melt into stone. But he's not down for this.
That's fine. Just fucking peace out through the bushes. The Homer meme, and leaves Burr to it in there, and
No diseases. All right, let's go.
they
And,
get to it real fast.
Oh no, Burberry's gonna have children. Oh no.
Descendants.
Wait, I have a question. Since technically Burberry's a dragonborn, are these kids gonna be taller?
I don't know.
Perhaps Koron's curse makes him infertile.
Oh,
We'll never
If we're
really know.
lucky.
We'll never know.
What will know?
But we'll leave off here.
Yeah, I'll say
As Kiki's eyes just widen in shock at the grotesqueries that play out in that cave.
yeah, I think she sees a little bit. She's like,
Wow.
wow.
I warned you.
They're just ravenous.
I can't unsee that. Makes me never want to have sex again. Wow. Okay.
It's just so many of them piled up all in one place, you know?
Like, how are they doing it? Is it just a mound?
All the ways.
Like, how? They're just a
God.
blob.
Damn it, Plet.
It's whatever hole fits in.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you lock your kobold servants in your tomb to serve you for 50,000 years.
Oh no. Oh, Burberry Singular's gonna be horrified.
You chose this.
No, I didn't!
The dice chose this.
The dice chose this.
I chose this! And Burr's freaking solid in!
Oh, God.
Ah!
Yeah. We'll leave Burr to his business for the next week, and we'll pick up
No.
next time.
Next week.
Oh, no, not for a week!
No, a whole week.
We'll pick up next time.
I'm just gonna add this as a funny thing. So Burberry is probably still handcuffed at this point, but since Burr yeeted into rock, Barry yeeted into rock, Burr is just pivoted around one point.
He's just attached to the wall, basically.
Oh god, poor
Can
bastard.
we start and end every session of this arc with fucking? Let's
Please,
find out.
no.
Oh my god. Burberry goes for round 2.
Nope.
Well, Bert
I
goes
don't
for round two.
think
leave
Burr's
the
gonna last
dungeon if
more
that
than one
happens.
round.
Thankfully, you don't know this is happening, Barnaby.
I am very glad.
I'll just
So yeah,
I'll just message some questions. And Burr will ask. Because I don't want to roleplay that.
no. We're gonna fade to black. Again, it's just Kiki's eyes go wide in the crack of the door. She's watching, and it just fades.
Yeah, no, her eyes go wide and she
Steps back.
she's done.
It's like,
She's like, all right.
You asked
right.
me. You asked
Shouldn't have done
me.
it. Shouldn't have done it.
my eyes are bigger than my stomach on that one.
Shouldn't have done it. I was
That's
curious.
on me.
We all see horrors on these adventures.
I've seen many a horror, and this is.
I said horror.
So,
I almost want to
can
hang around
we-
just to teach them that there's something else to do.
Can we get an MVP vote for this?
Burberry.
session?
No,
Oh,
this
Burr,
is what
just
I wanted
Burr.
to be for.
Just Burr.
Burr.
Just Burr for taking one for the team, quite literally.
That's
No,
two
that's
for
not.
Burr.
That's not taking one for the team. That's just taking the team.